Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the crown. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Ho, ho.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America. Take your dues and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America. Take your dues and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind.
We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with discussing is whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your duties so I can just fly home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your duties back and just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happiness. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars are. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace. And now we're here reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Throw in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction
tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference, that's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of the line at the door. Important, they don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host,
family and fellow soldiers,
and we will be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's about to spend her hands, so which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And we are joined also with Lady Che, our other co-host, who's asleep right now, but she'll be joining us when she wakes up. And on this season 6, episode 31, part 3, part Trey, continuation part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is, of course, those tangibles. Well, that's a given. But the first topic is what you call boycott, everyone else calls normal. Then we got given self-defense is a God-given right, you damn skipper. Karmelo Anthony's family hires powerful new attorney for his pending appeal. Great news, great news. Then we got Karmelo Anthony's new legal dream team. appeal officially begins. Then we got who are Carmelo Anthony's new attorneys? Should Black owned mean FBA owned? Yes. Where are we at? Black Americans boycott is working, but who's really benefiting? Man says after Asian business boycott, Blacks won't have any more allies. We never had allies to begin with. Dr. John Hendrick Clark told us we had no friends. And then we got how statistics get weaponized against Black Americans. Brother Torian going to give us an update on that. Then we got Melanated Dollars Matter. The wealth transfer is underway. Black dollars moving to Black businesses. Great news. Great news. Then Iran says Strait closed. U.S. says open. Who's telling the truth? Then Pan-African used to acknowledge Indigenous Black people in America, but then they stopped. And in our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we just had about an hour ago, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago, and we are fast approaching our 12th season. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. My personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. Make sure y'all sub to that so y'all be abreast to what's happening here in Denver in regards to Denver City Council, Aurora City Council, Denver/Aurora Black events like Juneteenth, like I was at this past weekend, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years in the buildings that I've lived in and the buildings my family have lived in. So you can get all that on my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. Then we got Lady Che's YouTube channel, backup channel, Seduction Doll, 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to her channel, the Revolutionary Agenda. Check out the RBA. The RBA covers topics that we don't get to on Frontline Black News. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Check her out, show her some love for real. She's at 83 subscribers. Let's get her to 100 subscribers. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that. Shabaka needs 8 more subscribers, and he'll be able to start going live again on YouTube. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel too. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link is in the description. We got Time in the building. United we stand, divided we fall. Well, we didn't create the division. We're just pointing it out. And we're in the delineation movement. So it's kind of hard to have any kind of unity with delineation going on. But I get what you're saying, Time. Thank you for joining us. Then we got our brother Kukizi, who is out of the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City, by way of the Bell side, Montbello. Shout out to Kukizi 5100. Make sure y'all check him out. Sub to his channel too. He came up with the FBA Culture Reports. And he's a dope MC/rap artist out of Denver, Colorado. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who was live earlier. Make sure y'all check him out. My brother's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, is now not Houston, Texas. He is now in Leesburg, Virginia. So make sure y'all check him out, Breeze Omega, on YouTube. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from West California, Jordan Downs, to be exact, and is now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all check him out, the Church of Black Power. He shows us love, so we show him love back. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus. And he actually brought Lisa Cabrera on, so shout out to Lisa Cabrera as well. But Torian Rain Reloaded put her on, and he's out the DMV area as well. Then also make sure y'all check out Black Alpha Network, who was live earlier. Afro Elite, our brother Out the Shy. And last but certainly not least, our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. And yours truly is in there from my political work. And I just played the ad, so y'all just seen that. Then we got the Freeman Reparations Party merch. Make sure y'all check that out. But the church set that up. Shout out to church for that. What is it, Black Magic? The little Black Magic out here, little Black Magic. The little Panther Kitty. Come on, little Panther Kitty. Look, a little Black Panther. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. And we sign a petition. The link is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional, Sister Brooks Call to Action. Sister Brooke out of Brooklyn, New York. We shall check her out along with Brother Divine, Sister BX, and Brother Melrose. Submit those letters, call to action. The link is in the description. Then we got the RDAS Act, the Reparations for Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. The link is all these links are in the description. Then standing with Joshua Fox, our military veteran brother who put hands and feet over that Nabisco white supremacist Chuck the Bussy, Chuck the Builder, Dalton Etherly. Make sure y'all support our brother's GoFundMe. I think he made the goal, but let's help him surpass the goal. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docu-series about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. Then we got Support Me, as you can see from the background and from the attire. I am a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for House of Representatives. And the election is in November for House District 8, which is a historically Black district here in Northeast Denver. Then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that's education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr. The link to ProduceJustice.com is also in the description. You can get the compensatory code concept book for victims of racism and white supremacy on that website. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm. And that is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, the late great master teacher, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And she would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics, Black family, FBA family. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. We got Sister Queen Sheba in the building. Salute. We got Sister Val Hawkins in the building. And we got Brother Time in the building. And salute to y'all, and salute to anybody that's going to be tapping in later. So those are the topics. I'm going to hop right into it with what you call boycott, everyone else calls normal. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. Been listening to Professor Black Truth for over a decade, and everything he said has come to pass. He is definitely the prophet of our time, and he's going to give us an update on that.
I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth.
Hey. Oh, I didn't know you was back here, girl. I ain't even see you. Oh. Nah, just making sure.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask. It doesn't matter who we are.
There's an old saying that if something can't go on forever, then it won't. And there have been those who have been betting that Black people's discontent at the way they've been treated by racist businesses, well, it would be just a blip on the map. It was going to be just a flash in the pan. Well, if that's what they were counting on, at least at first blush, so far, so bad. Seems that Black folks are making it a point to spend their money where they're appreciated and not where they're attacked. And while it's not some across-the-board world-shattering maneuver, it doesn't need to be. What it needs to be is a good start. And at the risk of seeming like I'm engaging in linguistic nitpicking or just basically trying to haggle over words, there is a reason why you don't see me using the word boycott very often. And here's the reason why. These other groups, they never patronize Black businesses. Now, do you see or have you ever seen any of these other groups announcing that there's a boycott on Black businesses? Do you see any of them saying that? Don't spend your money with Black businesses. We don't spend our money with those people. Don't go anywhere near there. Do you see them saying that? Of course not. They made boycotting Black businesses their standard operating procedure. They don't have to say there's a Black boycott that they've instituted. They just go ahead and do it. Their boycott against Black businesses is just normal. There's nothing special about it for them. So when it comes to Black people and our economic practices, we need to make sure that we do more than just have a quote unquote boycott. What needs to happen is the institution of a new normal. And there's really nothing to stop us from doing it. That's why you had that clown a couple of weeks ago saying that where Black people are going to get their hair weave from or get their takeout from. This is what happens when people get used to painting their own reality, when they've only seen things one way and they get the idea that it can never change. He didn't understand that the real problem is that the money's only been going in one direction. If you want to call yourself retaliating for people exercising economic discretion, then you have to show that you can cut Black businesses off for income in some way or another. But these racists don't do any business with Black people to begin with. That's been the entire problem. They don't spend any money with Black businesses and they don't hire Black people either. They made a perfect loop of acquisition when it comes to Black people. The dollars only flow in one direction, toward themselves. They make it a point not to spend money with Black people and to make sure that the only interaction that they have is when Black people are spending money with them. Well, when you do that, you've also created an economic dynamic with a single point of failure. You make yourself utterly dependent on a particular customer base. And if that customer base decides to call you out or to cut you off, then there's nothing you can do to them other than rage and fume. You can't retaliate. Everyone's been completely and thoroughly comfortable, and they've been conditioned to be used to harming Black people, killing Black people, telling Black people, we don't need your business. They've gotten used to the idea that they can do it with impunity. Well, that's because they've been looking for white supremacy to assure them, oh, don't worry, the white supremacist system isn't going to punish you. And they just assume, well, obviously Black people can't do anything about it either. They're finding out differently. That's what's happening, and this is a good thing. Black folks need to put their foot down and tell a friend. See, what the bootlicks, the shills, the ops, and these bot accounts want to do is to tell you, well, unless you change the entire world, you might as well not do anything at all. Now, since when has anyone or any group changed the entire world? What you do is you change where you are, and that starts at the individual level. Don't worry about changing every square inch of planet Earth. You worry about changing what it is that you do. That's how Tetherfest was brought to its knees. It wasn't a matter of black folks deciding, oh, we're going to be cutting off all of these little foreign flags and such from around the world, wherever they are. It doesn't matter if they're in media or if they're in universities or corporate America, wherever. No, what they said was, we're going to start with this one. And that's how all great movements start, with a single step. You don't start off with the goal of, we're going to crush every single anti-black racist immediately today. Instead, it's a matter of you start off by showing you can break one of them, and you expand from there. White supremacy's biggest lie has been that your voice doesn't matter. That's the lie they've told us since 1865. And that's the lie that they still repeat the most today. It's brainwashing. It's a lie. It's a cowardly moral fraud pushed by our enemies and also repeated by the lazy and the worthless among us. This has been the enemy within. The sad truth is you've got a lot of black people who don't want to be free and don't want to be empowered either. They don't want to see things change because these fools are self-hating Negroes. They have internalized racism, and when you look at how cowardly and worthless these self-hating clowns are, it makes sense that they would hate what they see in the mirror. I agree with them on their own lack of value or worth. But when it comes to the black collective, they're dead wrong. These individuals who try to undermine us from within, they don't know themselves, mainly because they don't like the fact that they're black. And as a result, they can never actually understand you. They can't understand that your voice has power. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. If your voice didn't matter, then why have they made their number one priority to attack us, to repress us, to demoralize us, to manipulate and deceive us? What is their number one economic priority? To make sure that we have no resources. You don't spend the hundreds of years and billions of dollars that they've put into oppressing us if we have no power. Yes, even the minority of us who fight. Who do you think COINTELPRO was about? Was that the FBI running ops on the tens of millions of black people in America? Or were they spending all of that money, all of that time, and all of those deaths to try to take down the handful who were actually fighting white supremacy? The enemy understands how warfare works. And demoralizing the enemy is a key part of that. Every time some moron comes in my comments posting that old, I feel so depressed, we can't win, I just block them. They're either a sock puppet account for the enemy or there's some lazy bootlick. Either way, they're not allowed to infest this channel. Because these are the very people who tell you that black folks would never spend money with other black people, and yet that's what's starting to happen now.
Y'all, when I walked in there, I gasped. I was like, oh, y'all black. All the stuff y'all said black nail techs don't do, yeah, they do. They take walk-ins. They do feet. The customer service was freaking top tier. I would love to see y'all wrapped around the building with y'all garden chairs just outside, making a statement that we're going somewhere else.
Now, is this something that's going to go on forever? That is entirely up to us. But the point is, it can be done. And that's the thing that the enemy, whether it be the white supremacists or their lazy bootlicks, don't want you to know. They don't want you to think or act for yourself. That's why they're always screaming their lies. They're hoping that if they do that, you will never hear the truth that you can hear in your own mind, in your own heart, in your own soul. One of the great things about what's happening is that it didn't come from these Negro misleaders. It came from the soil, the grassroots. You didn't see the NAACP or the National Action Nitwits or NCOBRA or any of these other corrupt and crumbling fossils from a bygone era leading the charge on this. The NAACP has been spending decades trying to detach and decouple themselves from the identity of blackness. And when you look at how these guys have been moving and operating since at least the 1960s, they've been successful on that front. They've been trying to make themselves some multiracial, intersectional organization. And they want money from the very racists who black people are refusing to spend money with. Let these changes that are going on become the new normal, for you if for no one else. The same way that everybody else has been making it a point to refuse to patronize black businesses, you need to make it a point to do business with black businesses. Because when you control your dollar, you also control your fate. And through you, you control the fate of your community. You see, what's going on here whenever people try to make excuses for why they don't spend their money with Black businesses, that's not about money on their part. It's not that they don't have enough money to do so, and it's not even about a lack thereof. The Black people who choose to spend their money with anti-Black racists, they're not doing it because of a lack of money. They do it because of a lack of self-respect. So to the anti-Black trash, the white supremacist scum like the YouTube admins, what's going on here isn't about hate. It's about love, self-love. This is not about bringing anyone's business down. Black people are not sitting around waiting to see when these racist businesses are going to go belly up. That's not the goal. This is about establishing a new normal, one that operates in our interest and to our benefit. This is not about sending a message. You want to send a message? Call Western Union. What this is about is dropping a bad habit. There were a lot of problems that went along with segregation, but about one of the only good things that came out of it, other than never having to hear bluegrass music or see a racist, smelly Confederate in polite company, was that Black people went to other Black folks for what we needed and wanted. The Black dollar stayed in the community, certainly a hell of a lot longer than it does today. The white media tries to make things like Green Book seem like some form of horrible oppression, that we even had to do that, when in reality, it was a directory of Black businesses. It was the ultimate Black business network. But with skillful manipulation of the media, they try to make it seem like we were being left out. And when you look at who it was who most wanted to be close to white society, it was all kinds of intersectionalists, shall we say, the Bayard-Rustin contingent, if you read my meaning, individuals who define their entire empty existence by interracial sexual access and their ability to get as close to white society as possible. These were the individuals who were ready to break their necks or to break yours in order to get closer to white daddy. The problem that they had with Green Book is that there were Black people there. That's how deep the self-hate runs for a lot of these Negroes. When it comes to goods and services, we did as good a job as anyone else, and in many cases, a superior job. When we decided to let some handkerchief heads get us on the integration bandwagon, we integrated ourselves right out of whatever power we had. Yes, there were certain arenas and areas that we wanted access to, but when you look at the fact that, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke pointed out, the civil rights movement was actually nothing more than a consumer rights movement, you understand that our priorities were wrong. When I was growing up, I saw what was the end of what had been those Black-owned restaurants and cafes and Black bookstores and Black masons and carpenters and mechanics and physicians. Today, in the rundown areas of town, you might see a few burned out husks of what used to be Black businesses in Black neighborhoods 60 or 70 years ago. Some of your grandparents, or if you're a Gen Xer, parents, told you about how this or that place was a Black-owned business. This was a place where Black folks went to. It used to be this or that. These are the things that had existed during the first half of the 20th century. These were places of Black commerce that endured for generations, and yet they began to die off like flies starting in the 1960s. That's no coincidence. Black people were encouraged to abandon Black businesses and began looking for excuses to justify this self-destructive behavior. The excuse du jour that still gets dragged out today is that this or that Black business needs to lower their prices. And when that lie fails, there's always the old standby: bad customer service. You hear that one more than any other. And while there will always be some off-code fools who have bad manners, it's also true that the most rude hood fool with a stank attitude you can imagine never did anything like what Rick Chow did. Black people are getting a refresher course on what bad customer service actually is. And sure, you're always going to have some folks who decide that they're going to be obstinate on that point, but reality has a way of softening up hard heads. So let this economic reckoning continue. And let it strengthen the Black businesses who need it. Let it be the beginning of Black people exercising financial discipline, mastering their dollars and getting it to go in the directions that they're choosing, rather than just floating along with whatever. Because when you do, what's going to happen is you're going to find that a whole lot of folks who have been empowered by your dollar, they're going to find themselves suddenly with nothing at all. And although nobody's really sitting here waiting to see how this is going to affect anyone else, the reality happens to be that as these other folks find that their own would-be business ventures wither on the vine without Black support, And what that's going to teach them is not only is anti-Black racism bad morality, but it's also financial suicide too. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Dia Williams, Krishawn Spann, Bobby Ross, John Harvin, and Leonard Cottingham. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, greetings, Michael. Thank you for joining us.
Yep, you're welcome, Jesse. Hey, I like your suit. It looks cool.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. What are your thoughts on what Professor Black Truth just laid out?
Yes. So yes, Professor Black Truth, made has a good point that foundational Black Americans, have a lot of resources to really, transfer the wealth from racist from racist Asian businesses and back to the foundational Black American communities, right? And he's right that FBAs, you know, have a lot of resources. Not that they don't have lack of. It's because of, self-respect, self-determination, right? And that money's not the problem. The problem is the political how to be strategically organized and reverting the money back to the FBA communities, just like it was done, during Black Wall Street, right? Because I know my people in the Asian community, they're very capitalist, right? Greedy, and not saying all Asian people are like that, but good majority of them, because majority of Asians don't align with the minority of Asians like me to do right. And so yeah, and this is definitely a teachable moment, and I'm very happy for the economic blackout of Asian-owned businesses, because this has been going on for several decades in county, right? And the only way I think that majority of Asian people will change is through a blackout. And I know that most Asian businesses don't like it because they're always used to depending on FBA dollars and disrespecting FBAs at the same time. And I know that when Asian businesses cater to white customers, they dare not pickpocket white people's spending powers or even follow them, right? And what I learned is that most Asian people when they come to America to start businesses, unfortunately, they don't have a good understanding of FBA struggles, right? And not understanding the laws, right? And customs. And for any Asian people who want to do business with FBAs, and I tell FBAs permanently boycott the Asian businesses and definitely revert all the money back to FBA owned businesses and make FBA owned businesses sustainable, for several centuries and counting, because you don't definitely do not need the disrespect or anti-Black racism from Asian-owned businesses, because Asian-owned businesses have proven time and time that they really don't value FBAs, just not only as customers, but also as human beings, or even like creating jobs for FBAs, right? Because usually, if a minority establish a business in FBA communities, you think that minority want to hire FBA workers, right? Because FBA workers who work, let's say, if almost about to lose my train of thought, but what I'm trying to say is that when a minority is doing business with FBAs, a minority business would be smart to hire FBA workers, right? Because that stimulates the local economies for FBAs, right? And also stimulates the economy for local businesses. But in reality, most non-FBA businesses don't operate that way, and they definitely have a lot of learning to do. But other than that, I shout out to Professor Truth, Jesse President, and several FBAs who are speaking out against speaking against anti-racist Asian-owned business. And this is definitely a new day, and I'm so glad young people have identified a pattern, because they learn from their parents' mistakes and great ancestors' mistakes. But when patronizing racist Asian-owned businesses, right? And something has to, give and take. And also at the same time, as I commented earlier, that for the FBA nail tax to be effective, right, is to create a worker cooperative. And when I say worker cooperative, meaning like the workers, the nail tax own the businesses, right? Meaning that they take over Asian establishments and they have a lot of workers who own the nail tax, right? Just not the managers, administrators, because it has to be workers owned. Because if it's not worker cooperative, anytime new businesses can come over and then and not just come over and take over, also dilute. So key is worker cooperative for FBA owned businesses or worker cooperative enterprises for FBAs. Then, of course, reparations too, because worker cooperative FBAs definitely need capital.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that, Michael.
You're welcome.
We're definitely getting a refresher course in good customer service or bad customer service, because a lot of Black businesses get told they have bad customer service. So Professor just put a whole different perspective on it. So shout out to the professor for that. We need to do like the rest of these groups do and practice group economics. Spend with our people, make sure our money stays in our communities. Just like Michael just said. So shout out to the professor for that. So moving along, we got our brother Karmelo Anthony. And Shabaka just entered the building. Greetings, Shabaka.
Hey, Shabaka.
Yeah, how you doing? Sorry it took me so long. Apologize for being tardy. I'm moving kind of slow, That's what happens when you get on. Now, I'm using this hotspot on T-Mobile, and I just wanted to see how these lousy bastards are going to do me with this off-on bullshit. Goddamn whistle ass phone. I would have done better getting the goddamn thing out of a fucking Cracker Jack box. All right. Okay, I'm in the background.
So we're on to self-defense as a God-given right.
Sir. God gave the kitty cat his claw.
Mm-hmm.
He gave the shark his teeth. Okay. He gave the bear the most famous, lovable hugs in the world. That will crush you to death. God gave man his fist and his mind, is because intellect is a part of self-defense. Okay, now I'm saying this here to get your mind right. Karmelo Anthony defended himself by any means necessary, although we got one of our most respectful contributors to our platform, and we discussed it because they're saying that Karmelo had gang ties. Okay, I'm not going to say that he did, but I ain't going to say that he didn't. But the man was a 3.75 student in school. Now, could it be that the Neanderthals of the Metcalfs or whatever trash that breeded them were jealous of this man's intellect? So I'm putting that out. Oh, great black shark. Yeah, he's always taking a bite out of something. All right.
Yeah.
That's brother.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so our brother Great Black Shark gonna give us an update on self-defense as a God-given right.
Yes, sir, because God gave all living creatures the means of self-defense. Now, unlike the goddamn state of California, is saying is that if you are attacked, your self-defense is to retreat and be a fucking victim.
Hell no.
Exactly, man. Nobody in this right
It's like that because they're basically the other side of the corner, the divestment dummies, the bed wenches. All right.
Okay.
They look at the Black community as only one gender. Okay, let's just all do stuff for Black men or just all stuff for Black women. Notice, because some of y'all are food, terrain walkers over there too. Trust me, I'm gonna get to that because I've covered that before. Next broadcast I do, I'm gonna prove all these things and I'm gonna line it up for everybody. So anybody catch the broadcast or the playback will not be confused. Okay? I know them names shock y'all, but I'm telling you, I can prove it. I will not open my mouth on this microphone unless I can prove what I say. Okay? And you know me, I'm the guy that I tell people, leave me the fuck alone, man. Because if I get down on you, ain't gonna be a roast session. I ain't gonna have to do it more than once. I'm just gonna pull receipts and use what you say. Okay? So now, when it comes to that particular space, notice they will never say anything positive, even about the productive sisters. They don't do that. They don't. And the other thing is they want to be black conservatives, and you can do that. You can be a black liberal or black conservative without being a damn coon. But in order to try to fit in and ingratiate themselves to them white manosphere spaces, by the way, they kicked a lot of them out. Why there is a such thing as a black manosphere. They still try to toe the line, and they're scared to death of white supremacy. You will hear them often say phrases or mock white supremacy. Ain't no white supremacy. The white man got his foot on my neck. Yeah, bitch ass O'Shea Duke Jackson. We talking about you. Oh yeah, a lot of these dots gonna click for a lot of y'all. Okay? Let me go ahead and thread a needle now. Rest the dead, not to disparage him, but yes, Kevin Samuels was a part of the black manosphere. He was discovered by them by a guy named BGS Ilmore, who brought him into the space as a way to improve the brothers over their image and you know, get them trying to get into more viable employment and just try to get them, you know, to get themselves together when Kevin was mostly talking to the men. They mocked Kevin, called him gay. That went on for a couple of years till Kevin decided to switch it up and start talking to the women. He started talking to the women. O'Shea Duke Jackson kind of brought him over to his platform, gave him his first formal interview, and he blew up. The rest is history from there. So a lot of you ladies that do respect Kevin, because he did have some good talking points. Now, was there some coonery? Yes, he did praise the light of Rudyard Kipling, and he was one more to tend to shy away from acknowledging white supremacy. I disparage the man, just speaking the truth. I can prove everything I say. But, you know, a lot of times your entry point with anybody that's speaking a message, whether it's positive or negative, if you don't know the backstory, okay, to a lot of these platforms, the people that have been around, you may not know everything, okay? So a lot of y'all probably like, what? Kim was part of Black Manosphere? Let me tell you why that may shock you. It may shock you, and he did do some good. I saw it. I will not, you know, because I have a critique of someone, act like I don't see the good they did do. He did get a lot of people married. He had a positive Facebook group where a lot of black men and black women got married. Dylan Sperling met his wife over there. To hear him tell it. But the reason why you'll be confused about that is because Kevin never really did acknowledge a lot of them Black Manosphere clowns for a couple of reasons. Number one, it would make sense. Think about it. For any brother or sister in this audience, whether you agree or disagree or like anybody that I'm talking about, I think my audience is mature enough to deal with not like and like, but you know, you're learning a lesson over here. If any one of you were disparaged by your peers or what have you, and they just, you know, denigrated everything you say, oh, you're a big joke, it's all kind of disparaging things. When you say, okay, cool, leave them alone, you go do your own thing, you blow up, you would tend to say, fuck them too, right? So I understood why Kevin did that. That's number one. He was all kinds of gay and all that stuff too. So you're like, okay, cool. I'm going to go over here and do my thing, and now that I've blown up, let me be gay. Oh, they hated him for that. The only person that he acknowledged was a guy, one of the biggest coons in the Black Manosphere, 1/3 of his leadership, a guy named Mumia Obsidian Ali, okay? Now, he acknowledged him. If you go back and look at some of Kevin's old content, that would be the commercial he would run where he was talking about the Book of Obsidian, okay? That would be written by Mumia Obsidian Ali, 1/3 of the Black Manosphere's leadership. And, you know, that's the only one he mentioned outside of O'Shea Duke Jackson because the rest of them guys were clowning. So you're like, cool. Let me be gay. Let me be all of that. Now I'll go ahead and do my thing. The other reason that he didn't mention them was they were a lot of them, those channels, they were very extreme, calling black women German shepherds and all this old disparaging shit. So he knew he couldn't have them on his platform. It was very smart on his part because, you know, look, had Kevin still been alive, he really did kind of break over into mainstream media television. You know, he was on TV shows and basically, if he would have got his own talk show, whether you like him or not, that would have changed the game in that space for a lot of people. So a lot of them were like, damn, man, you ain't going to shout me up? You ain't going to put me on your platform? Hell no. You call that man all kind of gay. He was right to say fuck you and everything you stand for. Does that mean I agree with everything he said? No. But I'm just telling you what I know, because a lot of y'all would not be able to recite this if you history. So now this is what we're going to do real quick. Because we got to educate y'all. We're going to play this thing with Dennis Sperling again, and we're going to ask some questions this time. So let's run this back.
My name is Dennis Sperling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas. My mandate is to be an advocate for Black men, largely because I am a Black man. I'm a Black father. I have Black sons. And I want...
Oh, did you hear that? He said he wants to be an advocate for Black men because he's a Black father and all that. You Humpty Dumpty looking coward. You an advocate for Black men until it's time to advocate for a Black child that defended himself, though, huh? Oh, let's let him continue, though. He's got more to tell us, as we just saw here. Let's ask some questions.
To make sure that the issues confronting Black men are defended, protected, enunciated, spoke upon by Black men who have a vested interest in the Black community.
Oh, really, Dennis? So, now this was just at the last Black Minister Conclave, so you heard what he just said. So I guess you are all for those things that you just mentioned here, except for self-defense. See, according to this big corn-fed, cowardly cooning bastard, that is a piss-poor excuse of an attorney. God damn it, this is what our Black legal class has become. A disgrace to the memory of the likes of Johnny Cochran and the great automatics. You can't find none of these motherfuckers to defend our people when we need them. This is why we got to cultivate the next generation and fund them to go into law so we have some damn attorneys out here. But all of this you just said, I guess you don't think that Black people are supposed to defend themselves, huh? Because according to them, if you being assaulted, as we gonna see here tonight, by a multitude of people, you outnumbered, they're bigger than you, you're supposed to just stay there and try to swing and fight at everybody, especially if you're not a trained fighter, even if you have a condition like epilepsy. According to these corn-fed bastards, that's what you're supposed to do, okay?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Let's let him continue further telling us about what his beliefs are and what he stands for.
And so my draw to the Black manosphere or YouTube in general to use my voice, my wisdom, my experience was solely because Black men weren't being heard. But they're hitting.
Oh, that's what your voice and your wisdom and experience is for, because Black men weren't being heard. Let me ask you something, you big fat son of a bitch. Of all the voices that need to be heard, would you not think that the children of the community need a voice as well, because they're amongst the weakest and the most voiceless amongst us, being that they're not adults? That's what Karmelo Anthony was. Oh, but you know, what I'm saying is too much like right, so let me just hush. Let me let him keep talking.
Hearing us now. They're hearing us as to our issues related to modern relationships, politics, education, finance, and so many other things. And I'm extremely proud of these gentlemen. I'm extremely proud of the people who put this together. It is a wonderful event, and I look forward to attending in the years to come. Hey, man, I do what I do.
Hey, man, I do what I do. Yeah, we know you do what you do. You coon and buffoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's just a part of what I'm going to show you there from a broadcast that I have coming up, because, if they're pissed off now, you ain't seen nothing yet. Look, I don't give a fuck which one of them it is. I don't care how big your platform is. I've been around longer than a lot of them. All right? You know what? If I say something, I ain't going to say it unless I can show you what I'm talking about. I didn't edit that. That's not AI. That was him. That's his words. In fact, the business, hold on. So for any of you that don't understand that, won't think I'm just making it up, don't believe me. Because I tell you, whether it's me or anybody else, do not just go off, so-and-so said it. No. Even if I show you, don't believe me, you go verify it. See, that's why people speak highly of this platform and of myself. It's not about me. I try to encourage you with education. No matter who teaches you something, you go verify for yourself and make the education your own. Then it won't matter what I say. People can be biased. I might be hating. I could be a lot of things. But it won't matter if you verify for yourself. So I just point you in the right direction and say, go look at that. You go see if what I said match up. So that website, bookmark that, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to learn a lot. Now, We're going to get into tonight's main discourse here. We're going to be reviewing the newly released footage. And by the way, let me be clear. I know that there's more clear footage out here than this. I promise you there is. That's just for the white supremacists. They ain't going to circulate that. You old cowardly ass Sambos. This shit proves that that boy is innocent and it was self-defense. But, you know, when you're an old cowardly Sambo, I like Judge Joe Brown, or should I say Judge Ho Brown, because that's what I'm going to call him now. You know, better yet than to challenge the system of white supremacy. Don't do that. You need to man up and you try to sit there and fight, or better yet, do what I chose to do and toot your ass up in the air. That works better. Listen, I don't care what y'all say about me. I've been around a long time, and I know you can't beat the system of white supremacy. You can only capitulate to it. And the best way to capitulate is face down and ass up, just like me and the rest of these Sambos. That's what you do, okay? That's what these motherfuckers want to do. Well, fuck them, and to the rest of the black men on the sound of my voice that still got your nuts attached, we ain't going. Let me tell you something. I'm going to teach mine and any under my charge how to protect themselves at all times, teach them how to be situationally aware, teach them with whatever they choose to defend themselves with, how to use it well, and definitely how to exercise the surveillance devices, cell phones, etc., for the protection of the community. See, protection is multifaceted, not just getting into it physically with somebody. It's how you think. It's how you use every resource and asset around you to protect your people. Because the media is one form of that. And this is why you can't make me believe that many kids were under there. We don't have no footage out here independently. So the school is the only people that's got the footage. Today, oh, that is pure bullshit. But that's cool, though. We're going to talk about that a lot more tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So without further ado, let's get into it.
We do have breaking details coming into the newsroom in the trial of Karmelo Anthony. Putting this on your screen, Brooke Taylor, Fox News correspondent, saying the judge in the Karmelo Anthony trial just released evidence, including body camera footage showing the moments an officer took him into custody after the stabbing.
Notice, by the way, it was no coincidence that they released that footage on Juneteenth. See, white supremacy does nothing by accident. That was systematic. Because everything that they do is designed to psychologically disempower us as well. They try to economically disempower us, physically deter us, and disempower us, and psychologically. So that's not an accident. Don't let that be lost upon you.
Anthony is heard saying, quote, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me." We do have more details in this, including pictures of the murder weapon, the aftermath, and Anthony's backpack. We are going to put those up on your screen here.
Now, before that reporter continues, my sister Ms. Zell has a great question. She says, I have a question. Could a new lawyer for Karmelo use that footage to bring a new case for an appeal? They should be able to, because it definitely proves the case. And see, while we're talking about that, I'll get into it now. That lawyer was definitely on the take. And remember when that white woman came out praising both the defense and the prosecution? That let you know the fix was in. And yes, it was an all-white jury because Sambo Dennis Sperling, like the white folks, well, it wasn't all white. It was some minorities. Hey, listen, if they identify as white on their paperwork, they're white. They're legally classified as white here. So it was an all-white jury. But see, when you're a Sambo, you're going to toe the line for the dominant society, particularly the white supremacist portion of it, okay? But yes, it should be able to be used to get a new trial if a lawyer will actually do their job. And unfortunately, not to disparage or mock the family in any way, but you heard the father speaking, saying everybody was telling him to get a white attorney and all of that. And sadly, maybe he couldn't find any black ones that had the balls enough to take the case, you know? So maybe there was that part of it, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, we got to get the black legal class to step up, man. They should be the first ones in line to go after this. We shouldn't just have Benjamin Crump out here, I'm a civil attorney, not a criminal attorney, or a punk-ass Lee Merritt who's supposed to be a criminal attorney, but shit, I can't tell any good he's doing out here. Yeah, I said it. So notice too with the mainstream media and the Sambo class, I'm gonna thread a needle between the mainstream media and the Sambo class. Notice that none of the mainstream is saying, hey, not even once have I heard them say, none of this would have occurred had Austin and his Neanderthals kept their hands to themselves. Notice you don't hear none of them saying that. If you are raising your children right, because they always talking about it starts at home, and we seen the father, Jeff Metcalf, go full white supremacist. If it starts at home, then why would your sons think it's okay to go and put themselves in an authority position? They had to walk to him, and we're going to get to that too a little bit later. Assault him, and then when one of them get themselves fatally injured, nobody brings up the fact that none of that would ever happen had they not instigated a confrontation. Karmelo didn't go up to them. They sought him out. So I just want that to not be lost on people. Let's let it continue.
A look. This is courtesy Collin County District Court showing photos with evidence markers. The murder weapon, that blade. There is the scene of where the stabbing took place and his backpack, Karmelo Anthony's backpack right there. Now, the district court also released surveillance video. You'll see on your screen here that lit up orb in the top left-hand side of your screen. That is Karmelo Anthony.
Now, at this point, this boy was assaulted. They came all the way across the field to where he was. Now, we're going to get into how that happened, and I'm going to thread some needles to y'all because we have to learn from everything. Okay, so I'm going to thread several needles here tonight. He's running away from them because they tried to surround him and jump on him. He had to go up and out the back of the tent and run down. Now, for you old Sambos, okay?
I can't reply.
We're going to go ahead and get into this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, can everybody in my chat room clearly see the bleachers back there? Can you see them? How many of you have ever been to a stadium where there's bleachers? I know I have many times in my life. Shout out to the great Albany State University. I used to go down to their homecomings. You know, when my uncle played football down there for them. Okay. Oh my God. Talk about some good times. Boy, that old school rivalry, Albany State University versus Fort Valley State. Boy, you have to be down here to understand. You know what I'm saying? Especially back in the early 80s, 89, you know what I'm saying? Going forward. Hey. But listen, any of you that have ever been to a sporting event where there's bleachers, high school, whatever.
Yeah.
These Sambos talking about it was just a push. If somebody pushes you and you lose your footing on some bleachers, you could fall and kill yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's concrete in between that.
Exactly.
And the metal benches. So that was just a push. And see, I know for the women it's disheartening to hear these Sambos like that talk that way, but see, this is why black men like myself understand that it's important for men like myself that are on code to call those that are off code out. So that a lot of you will not be under no illusion that all of us are like that. Now, would that be an unfair statement or assessment to make? It would be, but I do understand that if a lot of our sisters, even those of you that don't say anything, I'm well aware of this. Y'all the other half of the community, we need you. If the men appear to be silent, you may go along with it, but you'll have doubts. And we're in an age now with this delineation movement where we have a great opportunity to course correct a lot. We don't need doubt on either side. We need to be able to trust each other. So this is one of the main reasons why I find it important to call that damn Sambosery out. Plus, you let the next generation, particularly young men, know that when this happens, this is how you respond to it and this is what you do. So again, to you old Sambos, if somebody push you on some bleachers, you going to be saying it's just a push? Or some of these people don't have no sense of self-preservation. Because see, that's another thing being a coward does before I let this continue. Let's talk about that. You're not a coward just because you're afraid. No, that's a natural human emotion. In fact, some fear is a protection. I've given this analogy many times. It only takes one time for you to be near a hot stove or touch it to know, hey, that's hot. You have a healthy fear of it. You have a healthy fear of how we use electricity. Okay?
Exactly.
So you handle it a certain way. That's healthy fear. Unhealthy fear is when you're so afraid of something because you don't understand it to the point you let it paralyze you, and then it turns you into a coward Well, whenever you present it with this particular thing, you run from it. There is no problem on the planet that a person, especially a man, can solve by running from it. It takes courage to face fear. That's okay. If you're afraid and you're a coward, because I said this to these Sambos, even the ones that I'm going to excoriate and coming up here this week on the channel. How about you confide in your brothers, man? We'll help you find the courage you need. There's strength in numbers in more ways than one. Sometimes if you're afraid, man, get around the men that's not afraid. There's plenty of us out here. We ain't going nowhere. Some of us had our fathers in our lives and uncles and grandfathers to draw from. They're examples. So that's what I will say to you if you're a man that's a coward. And the greater responsibility why it's such a disgraceful and dishonorable thing for us to yield to a spirit of cowardice, even for the women that may not like to admit it. The women and the children get their courage and their confidence from the men. If we're not confident or courageous and we capitulate to any outside force, that psychologically deters them from opposing it. Now, am I going to say all the sisters just give up? No, because quite frankly, some of the sisters out here today have more balls than some of these punk-ass Sambos. Oh, I said it because I've seen it. Shout out to Dr. Candace Matthews. Whether you agree with everything she said or not, that sister be on it, man. I got to give props where props is due, you know? So what I'm saying is it's a great disservice when the men in majority are cowardly. That puts a great blow into the community, man. And white supremacy has always tried to do that with us. So it's our responsibility for those that are older to be aware of that and to push back against that. That is part of the burden of being a man, especially if you want to be respected. Because see, I'm going to add this on before I let this continue. If you one of these Sambos and you come out here, well, you know, Karmelo should have ran. He should have just fought. Why he held a knife? Cool. That's your perspective. You've decided to capitulate to cowardice and fear. That's your right. But I'm going to tell you what, everybody on the sound of my voice, I'm going to encourage you to do because this is what I'm going to do. I can't tell you what to do, but I can explain why I'm going to take this stance. But everyone that I've seen do that, you will never get any respect from me, nor do you ever have the right to ask any woman to respect you. You're a fucking coward. And women, please be careful the men that you choose because this is not a good time to have a coward up under you as a man. Your life is in danger. Your family is in danger. Can you imagine a nigga raising kids and telling them, well, if they's jump you now, son, you know you got to run in a stand your ground state. Instead of having the courage, you are an attorney, Dennis Sperling, to say, no, we're not going to have an unequal standard in a state where the law is stand your ground. It's not going to just be stand your ground for white people. And for black people, you got to curl up in a ball and just let people beat shit out you, even if they kill you. Never mind if you have a condition like epilepsy. Too much like what I just said. But ladies, you better think about that. You better be very intentional with who you marry and have kids with, because the head of your household, you're protecting your provider. If it turns out that he one of them, you in big trouble. We have times ahead now with these white supremacists because their numbers are dwindling, and many of us have told y'all, not just myself, they're going to become more violent and more erratic. Why do I know this? Because history has proven they've done it all around the world. When they're at a disadvantage and their numbers are low, they become erratic and desperate to hold on to power by any means necessary. You're going to see a lot of this. Sadly, the situation there with that little 1-year-old black baby lost their life. See, have you noticed they keep trying to, because that's no mistake. They keep deliberately trying to target children. Let me say this to the cowardly Sambo class. What you're seeing now, that's not an accident. Boy, even though it was spaced out, Cyrus Carmack Belton, Carmelo Anthony, little 1-year-old baby that just lost their life behind some shoplifting. Even back to, I remember little Ayanna Jones. Yeah, I remember all of our people. You've been doing this long enough, you don't forget names. The point that I'm making is when any group attacks your children, that's an open declaration of war. As a man, you ain't worth shit if you can't protect the future of your people. See, that's what these cowards are afraid of. They don't like people like myself that'll call that shit out because they know I'm right about that. Prove me wrong. In fact, the business, let me do a quick temperature check before I let this continue. Ladies and gentlemen in my audience, do you disagree with that statement? Can men be men if we just sit up and watch our progeny, our future, be harmed and killed with impunity? Do you respect men like that? Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe y'all can educate me and tell me to pipe down. Maybe y'all be like, hey, brother, don't say another word about that because you don't know what you're talking about. Huh? Do I have it wrong? Because I could be wrong. I don't know everything. All I know is what my convictions are, what the Most High put in my heart. I'm going to tell you something, man. If you can bleed and die like me, I fear nothing under heaven. You understand?
Certified salute.
My God did not put me here to duck my head in the sand and be afraid and tuck my tail down. And then at the same time, you have the unmitigated gall and audacity to demand respect from women? A black manosphere. Listen, I know a lot of them people that are over there, some of them are not like that. I get that, okay? I get that. But here's the thing. For those of you that are over there that's not like that, that's the minority, why you not calling them clowns out? You know, and see, here's the thing. Let me answer this soundboy that found your bitch ass way over here.
You want to know something? You are very right about that.
Yeah, I didn't see your question, but I'm gonna answer it now. And go ahead and block this motherfucker if y'all hadn't. This bastard said, once again, my question is, would you be cool with your son going to a high school game or event with a knife in his pocket?
A quarter in the bill.
Listen, you nutless, cowardly son of a bitch. Okay? I'm gonna answer your fucking question. You must not know what the black coaching is. Boy, y'all better tell him. I got you. You goddamn right. Whether it's my son or my daughter, you do whatever you got to do to bring yourself back home to me or survive whatever it is. And this wasn't at the high school. Plenty of students carry pocket knives. I know they do down here in Georgia and definitely in Texas.
Yep.
So now you've had your question answered, you cowardly son of a bitch, you. And please feel free over here, any moderators, we block them over here, okay? See, this community over the years, we don't cultivate cowards. We don't cultivate stupidity over here. I am not a channel that tries to grow by shock jock value or, oh man, I want this person. No, I don't want everybody over here. That's why I don't, y'all notice I don't really promote myself like that. I let people find their way over here because we want intelligent people over here. We want brothers and sisters that understand that gender warring is suicidal. Doesn't mean we can't discuss our issues, but you do it in a constructive manner so that whatever we discuss between black men and black women, we work it out so that we come out the other end powerful. Doesn't mean we ignore things, but there's an adult way to deal with these things, not the way of a fucking coward sitting up whining about what women don't do. Let me tell you something about that, because that's where that son of a bitch came from. See, I'm striking a nerve. You may see some more of them over here, because I hope I lose subscribers. I don't want no punk ass cowards on my fucking channel.
Right.
You whining about what women don't do. Let me tell you what, get women to fall in line and do what you want them to do. When we do what we supposed to do as men. Now, the ones that don't, you shouldn't want them anyway. The women this, the women that. Shut the fuck up. What you do? It don't start with the women. It start with you.
Right.
You want to build yourself up as a man? Because I'm talking to that punk. Because I know what space you come from. You want to build yourself up as a man? Forget about women. Take one calendar year and focus on what you do as a man. The women gonna come. Mm-hmm. If you a quality man, you're gonna get what you want, and she will respect you.
I've always
Trust
said
me,
that,
I know.
brother.
Shout out to my baby. I love you. You know who you are.
Said that.
I say to the other half of the coin, the divestment dummy community, I'm gonna give you a warning. Because that's the flip side of the black manosphere, the divestment dummies. Get you a white man, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to give you a warning. Because even the stupid should be given a warning, like I've done many times on this platform. You are in the most dangerous time of your life. You just saw that case that happened with Ashley Janae. You better make sure, because you're going to do what you want to do, divestment dummy community, but you better make sure you got your white man that's not going to take you out of here and one that's going to actually defend you. Be careful. I understand men and women do things where it disappoints us, but you should never write off all of your community because of one experience, okay? And salute to the vegan kitchen queen, Ebony Dean, for the cash out. Thank you, my good sister. You should never write off all black men or black women because the experiences of one. Just learn from it. And I'm gonna give you some advice before we continue on. Because see, that's why that dude said what he said. Make no mistake. If you hit home, hit dogs will holler. Holler over here. I bite back, goddammit. So what I'm saying is, to men and women, if you get your heart broken or have a bad experience, one, it hurts, process it, but that's one person. And if you want to avoid choosing the same type of person, whether you're a man or a woman, what you have to do, and this takes courage, to look in that mirror when you by yourself, not getting, comfort, pep talks from other people, deal with the self. That's when you become your best and strongest self. Look in that mirror and say, okay, they did me wrong, whether it's a man or woman, cool. But what did I miss that I didn't see about their character? Was I so enamored with how they look or their status or whatever it may be? When you determine what your weakness and your train of thought was, you become a wiser person. See, that's responsible talk instead of just gender war bullshit. But I digress. Ladies and gentlemen, I say again, feel free to kick they fucking asses up out of here, okay? They don't belong over here. You zig when you should have zagged. You ain't gonna never be welcome over here if you're a coward. This is about the complete black community over here, okay? And Sister Brooke, if you still in here, my dear, sorry for my language, all of you who are innocent, just dab some holy water in your ears. I'm a retired sailor, okay? It is what it is. Sister Brooke, if you still over here, please drop your channel there and repeatedly. We got to get that sister at least up to 2,000-3,000. And shout out to my brother Daniel. Oh man, congrats on hitting 3K, brother Daniel. That's another one of our young men that's a rider out here, man. You know, congratulations. That brother spits a lot of wisdom. But we're gonna let this continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Exiting the tent and walking along the sideline of that track field in Frisco, Texas. You can see that video here released just now by the Collin County District Court as he continues to walk along the perimeter of that track field.
Now study this. They're chasing this brother. Even after he had to defend himself, now they're running behind him. That's antagonistic. What was he supposed to do? And for the young brother here, or the brother, the Scotty Jenkins 2116, my brother, this isn't a call-in show. This is a classroom. You know, I don't know, you might be new here, no disrespect to you, but this ain't a call-in show, brother. You know what I'm saying? Because you might be new. You know what I'm saying? No harm, no foul, but, you know. And moderators, feel free to let any of the new people, welcome to you if you're over here for the truth. Feel free to let them know. This ain't a call-in platform. But whatever your question is, you can speak it in the chat and I'll answer you, okay? So just want to make sure everybody knows that. This ain't a call-in show.
Again, you can see the graphic on your screen of the orb that is highlighted Karmelo Anthony on that day in 2025. Now, just to remind you here, Karmelo Anthony was found guilty of murder for fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at this 2025 track meet. He received a 35-year prison sentence. And just a reminder here, he faced anywhere from 5 to 99 years. Now, prosecutors labeled the fatal stadium stabbing a provoked, unjustified sneak attack inside that team tent that
It absolutely was, and we're going to come back to that, by the way.
You saw moments ago. Again, this video here released to the public today by the judge in the district court. Now, we do have full body camera video. We're going to play that out here for in full for you. Viewer discretion is advised.
If somebody is shooting the victim, they need to be over there. Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for me. Dispatch 443, I got the suspects. And they're currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium. All right. Any weapons on you like that? Oh, look here.
How long? You put his hands up. I know I'm not. 4-4, copy. I'll be around.
Y'all back up a little bit. Come over here for me. Go over here. I'm going to put your handcuffs for now, okay, bud?
Oh, yeah.
Dispatch 443. Everybody can slow down. I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now detained. Hold on. You can open up the channel, and medics are clear to come in. Have them come to the northeast entrance. That's me gate that's wide open there. And you come to the victim from there. This is the alleged suspect. All right. Okay. What's in there? So nothing on your person at all? No, nothing? No, sir. Mind if I reach in your pockets and stuff and all that? Nothing gonna stab me? No, sir. Okay. I'm gonna get a little personal there, okay? Just to make sure.
My purse right there.
Okay. Yeah. You want me to get up now? Yeah. Go on. All right. The victim's going to be underneath that tent over there, so I'll get medics.
I think she was analyzing.
Memorial tent over there, guys. All right.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
What's happening right now? Victim is over here on the north end. They got staff standing to him right now. This is the alleged suspect. Okay. Already? No. We searched them. Got nothing.
I don't know what happened.
Crazy.
Oh, my side over here for a second. Up to you. It's up to you.
That's fine. This is closer.
Okay. Let me do one more little check of you, okay? Yes, you don't mind for reaching your pockets, anything like that? You good?
We are just wearing this one pair of pants?
No, man. I'm wearing some little underpants.
Well, yeah.
No, man. I don't think so.
All right. What's your name, man?
Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo.
Okay. Have a seat here real quick, man. Watch your head. Let me check your hood here, buddy, okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what, lean this way.
Now let me pause this right here, right? I let that play a link for a reason. Let's point out a couple of things for the Sambo class, okay? Because I know some of them, this will get back to them. They listen, they watching. Good, you should. This kid, Karmelo Anthony, was a straight A student. He hadn't had no criminal record. What I understand, I think he was either captain of the football team or something like that. Okay? Exemplary kid, not a troublemaker. Unlike Austin and Hunter Metcalf, who were well-known bullies, running around talking about their hands are bisexual and they'll fight women and all this other stuff. Several complaints on them. One of them has been suspended, if not both of them. Let's speak to Karmelo Anthony's character. Now, if he was this violent thug that was just there to murder somebody and he was a coward, you know, like Judge Ho Brown would have you believe, if he was a coward, he would have took off running and trying to get away from the cops. The young man stood there. He told them what happened. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. See, let me explain something. I said this before. As a Gen Xer, the eldest of the modern day generations outside the boomer class, it's our responsibility, especially as men, to acknowledge these things and to try to protect our young men and women from this, okay? And protection begins with education, okay? You have to teach your sons and daughters that are Black, especially of our lineage, about the system of racism and white supremacy. I'm not trying to disparage the parents, but yes, there's some conversations they should have had. We're going to get into discussing how he could have protected himself and how this could have went a different way. I'm going to present a train of thought that a lot of people, I hadn't heard anybody else say it. Maybe somebody else has. But I'm going to take things in a different direction because we're going to look at more of that footage, by the way. Okay? But for you cowardly Sambos, does this look like a thug or a criminal to you? Because a thug or a criminal that's just out there just to murder somebody would have ran away. They don't wait for the police. He wasn't fighting them back or none of that. But to hear them tell it, oh man, he shouldn't have did all that. Yeah, okay. See, again, a coward does not value their own life. That was part of the Pavlovian conditioning on the plantations. A slave was psychologically terrorized to the point where they valued master's life greater than their own and their family. That's where the we sick boss come from. A lot of them have that on display today. Let's let it continue.
So you're not resting on your hands, okay? Yes, all right, see a little bit of blood on your hands there, okay? Yes, all right. So your first name is Karmelo? Yes, sir. A-R-M-E-L-O. Let's see, hold on one second. Is he gonna be okay? I don't know yet, man. Karmelo, C-A-R-A.
Okay, good question,
K-A-R.
Good question, good question.
M-E-L-O, Karmelo. What's your last name? A-N-T-H-O-N-Y. We're ready, you in.
And Sister Only Pamela's Way brings up a good point in the chat room. I'm so glad you said that, sister. I didn't hear them read him as Miranda rights either because he was a minor at the time. But see, that's another trick too that they tried to run in the media. They tried to run this thing where it's now he's 19, but at the time they were both 17. Okay? They keep trying to say 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, trying to make him look like he was the aggressor and the older kid and stuff. A trick of white supremacist media, we expect it. But that's a good point. Let me take this time to educate my audience. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you are parents to children, you have to have these difficult conversations. If in the event your child finds themselves in a situation where they have to defend themselves, tell them your name, tell them that. But as far as discussing anything else, hey, you have the right to remain silent. Don't say anything until you speak to your attorney. That's always the wisest course of action.
Okay,
all right?
Joe, please specify.
We have to learn from these things, but that's a good point you brought up in the chat room, sister. Let's let it continue.
10th grade? You go to Emerson?
No, sir.
Where do you go? Centennial. Okay.
I'm in 12th grade.
12th grade? Yes. Okay, North Centennial. All right, sit tight for me real quick, bud, all right? All right, let me run this guy real quick. I haven't talked to him at all.
Those moments there, Anthony being taken into custody. Brooke Taylor posting this on X. Judge John Roach tells me he released the evidence because, quote, I understand the public's desire to know what happened in the courtroom. The overwhelming focus on my ruling regarding the media in the courtroom was to protect the process, witnesses, and jury. Now that the trial is...
This judge definitely has the right name, by the way, Judge John Roach. Yeah, you were named appropriately because you definitely are a roach. And by the way, this joke is going to retire at the end of the year. Did y'all know that? Yeah. Man, listen. Another brother, I think, I hope I pronounced that right, Torrell Evans said GBS was their transcript or was their courtroom class provided the same information we had. I think that's what he's saying. Brother, there should be transcripts available. You know what I'm saying? I would like to see those as well, because that's why they didn't have them cameras in the courtroom, by the way. Oh, no, they knew the fix was in, but when they had the all-white jury for the Sambos is acting ignorant like you don't know white Hispanics and white Asians identify as white. It wasn't an all-white jury. I can't stand these bastards, man. But family, again, we have to be on top of these conversations in the home and discussing these things and making sure that, we try to educate our children. Number one, you defend yourself if somebody's trying to jump on you. It's a one-on-one fight. That's a different story. Also, where you fighting at counts for a lot, all right? Because in a situation like that, fighting in some bleachers, that is not the optimal place to get into it. So he definitely did the right thing, was, defend himself and get out from that dangerous situation. But boy, some of these people that hit until it, even after seeing this footage and seeing that, they still trying to hold the line. That's nothing but cowardice. Let's let it continue.
Over, it is important to me to provide transparency. Again, no cameras in the courtroom for this trial. That was just about 1 week ago. Here on Live Now, we are going to take another commercial break this hour. My name's Alexandra Goldberg. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Now, here's what we're going to do. Now, there's no sound for this portion. That's a good thing, because I'm going to be talking while we're watching this. And we're going to do this together, ladies and gentlemen, okay? So let me tell you what we're going to do here. I'm going to play this footage, and I'm going to point out some things that I see to educate you all on about how we can defend ourselves and protect ourselves from these situations. And those of you in the audience, I will be looking in the chat room. I want you to point out everything as we watch this together that you notice. Because, see, when it comes to protection and the Black community, this is how you do it together in real time, okay? So we're about to play this together, and I'm going to be stopping it to point out what I see. I'll also be looking in the chat room to read what you all see and notice as well. Let's go ahead and get into it. Okay, so what you see here, these one of the Met Cowboys walking in. That's one of them. I want to say that's Austin, because I think Austin was the bigger of the two. And here comes his brother, Hunter, right there, okay? Now, I want to ask you a question. Look how fast they're walking. What does that tell you? Because keep in mind now, and that's Karmelo right there in that circle. Keep in mind, they didn't know each other. From what we understand, they didn't have no prior run-ins, from what I understand. How would they know where he was? How would they know to go over there at him? I'm going to go ahead and say the quiet part out loud. A lot of people have been speculating on it. Let's just go ahead and get straight into brass tacks, right? Back to business, let me pause it. That damn Eddie, the so-called friend of his girlfriend's cousin, who, by the way, is Hispanic, yeah, he called them. Look how deliberate them boys was walking. If you didn't know Karmelo, hadn't had no prior run-ins, how the fuck would you know where he is? That punk-ass Eddie didn't like the fact that he was dating his cousin, and he probably always wanted to set him up, but he was too much of a coward to try to fight Karmelo one-on-one because he probably would have got his ass beat. So he set him up. Now, is there anybody that disagrees with my assessment on that? Huh? Now, let's have this conversation. Again, this is not to disparage anybody or mock them, but we're here to learn. Yes, Gen Z and younger, Gen Alpha, this is the most integrated generation we've ever seen. We understand this is where society is, but you have to have these conversations with your children about racism and white supremacy. Yes, you can tell them things, but they're going to date who they want to date. Now, if they living under your roof, you got a little bit more say-so to a certain degree, but they're going to date who they want to date. You have to teach them that, hey, listen, just because this is the most integrated generation ever, it doesn't mean that these people, especially the Hispanics, Asians, East Indians, and Arabs that are classified as white, don't identify with racism and white supremacy. You have to tell your children that, yes, your homeboy or homegirl may be cool in front of you, but if their parents are anti-black racists and something happens, they're going to turn on you just like Eddie did. Yeah, that boy set him up, man. Because they were walking like somebody said, yeah, he over here. Come on over here now. Come on now. I'm pretty sure y'all see that, right? We're going to let it continue, though, because, see, we're going to talk about defensive tactics. And the other thing you need to tell your children, especially, unfortunately, if you happen to be in some of these areas where our numbers are low or in the single digits, I do not recommend that nowhere in this country. Yes, we should be able to live anywhere. But if you have a family, don't live nowhere where it's single digits. And then let me say this too, because I understand that everybody's family structure is different. I'm not excoriating or denigrating the sisters out here that happen to not have a man and you got a family, single mother, whatever you want to call it. Let me give you some advice, okay? Because see, I like to talk from an adult point of view. To the sisters out here that have children, you're not married or whatever the case may be, there's no man. Before you move to a place, I understand you want to give your child the best education. A lot of times people tend to make the mistake of thinking if I move to the white neighborhood, go to white school, it's the best school, they're going to get the best education. You're putting yourself behind enemy lines. Before you move anywhere, look at the demographics of what our people are before you move to the sisters. I'm saying this because a lot of times, sometimes sisters don't think this way if there's not a man there. You do reconnaissance and research on where you're moving. Like my grandfather used to say, know where you're going to land before you jump. Why? And think, if you move over here, especially if you don't have a husband to back you up, if something happened with your kid in this predominantly white area, you don't have no support. Also, let me point this out. And again, this is not to denigrate or mock sisters that are single mothers. I'm doing this to help. So please understand what I'm saying. Also consider this, the black people that stand in these single digit areas, these are a bunch of coons. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say it. They're more likely coons than not. They're more likely there for interracial sexual access. We just got to talk and tell it what it is. Where? This isn't to mock and denigrate the family. We just talking facts about protection. We here to learn. So sisters, consider these things. And also consider that if you're sending your child to a predominantly white school, they're going to face anti-black racism because they're cowards. They raise their children to be cowards. Anytime our numbers are less or in single digits, they're going to always try to antagonize. So you have to think about these things. I know you want the best for your kids, but make sure you planning strategically where you're going to move to the sisters that have that situation. Just let it continue.
The AC is on.
Stop yelling at me. Jesse, right here. What the fuck are you yelling at me for?
Because you're acting retarded, guys.
Now notice this, right? They steady showing you this footage here. They showing you because it was raining for those that don't know, by the way. For those that should know by now, but I meant to say that it's raining out here. So Karmelo went under the tent to try to, you know what I'm saying, get out the rain like anybody would do. So now notice this mob walking over there towards this boy. Notice that now. He was set up by good old Eddie, okay? And here they come. Now, notice none of the Sambos or the white supremacist media say, hey, man, what authority did these kids have to take it upon themselves to go and tell him to get out the tent? We know why, because they think it's Jim Crow 2.0 and they think we're going to fall for that. And number two, okay, why didn't just one of you go to talk to him if you were going to do it? First, you didn't have no authority to do anything. And above and beyond all, you hear none, not the Sambos nor the white supremacist media saying you should keep your fucking hands to yourself. Let me tell you something, man. I know back when I was a kid, the way I was raised by the men on both sides of my family, I did not play you touching me. Especially no other male. I had a little more tolerance for the females. But if you was a dude, hey man, don't touch me, you might get something broken. I will fuck you up on principle. Don't touch me. If I don't put my hands on you, you don't put your fucking hands on me. Now, at this point, the scuffle done happened on the 10. I guarantee you it's other footage where you can see that. So now he's having a run because he already had to defend himself. And he realized, oh, these motherfuckers finna jump me. And I wonder, did he think to himself, like, damn, did Eddie set me up?
That's not
Because Eddie was like, yeah, man, come on up under here.
fucking stupid.
And I guarantee you, our young brother and free Karmelo, Anthony, I guarantee you, he probably like, damn, man, Eddie was on his phone, man. You know what I'm saying? I wonder who the fuck he was talking to, man. Or if he probably slipped away and called him over. Yeah, he over here now, man. Come get him. Punk ass. So now look at them. They follow him all the way down here. So to the Sambos, what you supposed to do? Let me ask my audience. What do you do in a situation where you that size? 135 pounds max, I think. Big old corn-fed, 6 foot, 200 pound cracker, and a bunch of their friends after you. What y'all gonna do? What you gonna do? Ladies and gentlemen, especially the men, is there any men, especially on the side of my voice, where you in this scenario and you being jumped?
God damn.
You ain't gonna pick up whatever you need to defend yourself and make it back home to your family? Shit, I'm gonna tell you right now. Yeah, I'm a trained fighter, and if the numbers are too great, oh, you damn right I'll pick up something. Or I'll pull out something. I'm gonna tell you right now, what I pull out, oh, hey, nigga. Yeah, it's gonna be some slow slinging and fire bringing, goddamn it, if I have to do it. And I try to avoid confrontation. However, let's get to solutions, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, especially the mothers that are in situations where you don't have a husband and you are in these predominantly white areas. What would have saved Karmelo, and they probably would have never jumped him, you tell your son, as far as the black friends in the area, hey man, you gonna go to this track meet? Take 4 or 5 of your buddies. Huh? Yeah, that I guarantee you none of them would have came. If it would have been 4 or 5 black kids with him, little boys, oh man, they wouldn't have tried that shit. Is there anybody in here that doubts that? Cause see, they're cowards. They saw him and they were like, oh yeah, we gonna get him. He by himself. I guarantee. Look, let me tell y'all something, man. Had this been Georgia, oh, even in the areas where the white folks at, they know better than that. You jump one of us? Okay. Somebody gonna come where you at. Somebody gonna see you now. It ain't gonna end there. Hey, we don't play that shit down here. Salute to the sisters Kina Collins for the cash out. Thank you very much, my sister. But see, you have to discuss that and you have to tell them, use the buddy system. Excuse me. You use the buddy system. You tell, you know what I'm saying, your children and your daughters, If you're gonna go to these areas and it's mostly white folks, take at least 5 people with you that's black. You take at least 5 people with you that's black, okay? At least 5. The buddy system in them areas, I'm gonna say it again. To the sisters that don't have husbands, everybody's family situation is different. This is not to mock you, this is to educate you. Educate your sons and daughters. Hey, you going to this event? And let's give the protocol. At least 5 of your friends go with you, so that way it's some backup. Don't you go amongst these white folks by yourself. All of them are not cool. Some of them are cool, all of them are not. So that you're not in this situation like our brother Karmelo Anthony found himself in, because he probably thought him and Eddie was cool, man. I guarantee you, he probably like, yeah, Eddie, man, he probably, look, and this is the most disgusting thing before I get into the protocols of what you do when you have your partners with you. You know what's fucked up about it? And I'm only speculating, but I guarantee you, Eddie done probably came over there and ate at this man's table, man, and ate his mama cooking, man. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you, Eddie done sat his punk ass up in front of this man's face, done invite him over. They probably done kicked it, and all the while, he like, man, I can't stand this little black ass dating my cousin. I guarantee you that he had that seething in the back of him. And see, you have to teach, also while we talking about this, you have to teach your young sons and daughters how to recognize contempt, because it doesn't always show up in an aggressive manner or right in front of your face. Contempt shows up in small microaggressions. And it's probably things that he missed. So you have to teach your children to watch out for that, especially in these situations where these people are white adjacent, especially in the situation where you date one of their family members. But the protocols, you make sure that you tell them to go with at least 5, and the rule, because we used to do this in black areas. You tell your friends before they leave the house, hey man, we're gonna make sure our cell phones charged up. If we separate, let me know where you going. We keep up with each other. And the number one rule, especially in these single digit areas like this, these single digits where we black folks in single digits, you go together, you leave together. If 5 come, 5 leave. Not no, oh, they said that like, hey man, no, we came together. Brothers or sisters, hey, where so-and-so at? Oh, they over there, they said that, no, we need to make sure they good. No. If you come together, you leave together, okay? That's the rule. So I wanted to discuss the protocols because in hindsight, we have to learn these lessons. Again, this is not to disparage the family or our young brother Karmelo. We have to learn, okay? Have to learn. So I wanted to make sure I reviewed this here with you all tonight, because as you see, this was clearly self-defense. How was it not? You were set up. You were unaware that this was happening. You didn't go there looking for a fight. You were just trying to get out of the rain. Your punk ass friend who set you up, yeah, man, come on up on the hill, man, with me. And I guarantee you, and Karmelo knows it, because he was right there next to Eddie. I guarantee you, he probably was like, yeah, man, he was kind of acting funny. He slipped off to the back of the tent or was texting on his phone looking crazy. And I wonder what Eddie did when he got there. I guarantee he probably slid off somewhere and probably didn't even try to help the man. You know that. Huh? As you see right here in that bubble, that's where, you know, the police had him and everything after the fact. But see, I just wanted to provide that context. So I'm going to let this play. I want y'all to watch the rest of it.
Okay, it's kind of.
And by the way, let me add this while we watching the rest of this here, because see, again, keep in mind what I said, replay this, share it with somebody that's got common sense. You can see the raindrops falling right here, okay? Now, let me add this to it. Fact of business, I want to pause this so y'all can see what I'm talking about, right? Fact of business, let me take this banner down because I want y'all to see this very clearly. Now, I'm going to test my audience, okay? Because this is a part of self-defense and situational awareness. Self-defense isn't just fighting back and forth and tussling. Self-defense is situational awareness. Take a good look at the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's a question I'm going to ask you. Just like I asked you about the bleachers, that's a hazard. Do you see anything else that could be a hazard if you're fighting with somebody? I want to test, especially the women, okay? I think the brother's going to get it, but I want to see how many women are quick to notice this because I'm trying to teach you something as we close out here tonight. Do you see any other hazard? Look at the entire screen here. I got it pausing for a reason. Do you see any other hazard where if you're fighting somebody that could present a problem if you fight? Oh, there it is. I'm so proud to see one sister in here get it first. Tanisha Murdoch hit it. When it's a wet area, that's low traction. So now you think about scuffling with somebody in some bleachers and it's wet. You fuck around and fall? Okay, yeah, Sister Ebony Dean, she got it. Sister Brooke, all right. All right, I'm proud to see the sisters picking that up because, not to say that you sisters aren't, prepared to defend yourselves, but we have to teach y'all this. And see, self-defense is knowing where to fight at. In an area like that, you fighting, a bunch of people jumping you for hitting you from different angles. You don't know how many. They grabbed his backpack, pulled his hoodie. If he had slipped and fell on the ground, what you think the crackers would have did? They would have stomped that boy to death, man. And got away with it.
Yeah, they grabbed his
they would have let him
That's
off.
attempted robbery.
So I wanted to make sure I close out by showing y'all that extra hazard here, okay? Teach your kids that as well. Because, see, this matters. And if we don't teach each other these things, nobody else will. There you see them walking him out. And again, he didn't struggle. He didn't try to fight back. He didn't curse. He didn't scream. He didn't even say anything disparaging about Austin. He asked, was the boy okay? Was the little demon okay? But you know me. I'm going to close it out. I'm not telling y'all to feel this way. Fuck him and the entire Metcalf family. A bunch of fucking anti-black racists. You raise some little demonic spawn. They go putting their hands on people because that's the first thing we should all be taught in civilized homes. You keep your damn hands to yourself. I'm going to leave it right there. We're going to be cooking over here this week and on Patreon. Broadcast coming up tomorrow. But I'm going to put that broadcast together and thread more needles about these Sambos and Coons in that black manosphere that you see doing all the cooning. I'm going to make sure y'all know who they are and where their ideology comes from. So with that said, salute to everybody contribute to the broadcast. Take care of yourselves. Salute to you. Black first, and I will see you all in future content.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what Great Black Shark just laid out for us?
Okay, Great Black Shark, my man. Okay, what it is that the American ethos, okay, which is a group psychology of a particular society, pretty much states that you can go put your hands on black people, disrespect black people, you see what I'm saying? And you're not supposed to retaliate. And what is that there you had said too, Brother Che, that it was a syndrome on a plantation that a slave wanted to be free. That's something that he was mentally ill, I believe. Huh?
Yeah, it was drapetomania.
Drapetomania. Okay. So once again, embedded into the American ethos would be this drapetomania of what you're speaking of, if I'm understanding it correctly.
If you wanted to be free, they considered it drapetomania.
Yeah. That there was something wrong with you. You see what I'm saying? To want to be free, to be out of bondage. You see what I mean?
Yeah, if you want to be free, if you want to run away,
right,
mentally wrong with you.
Yeah, like Malcolm X said, you know, the house Negro and the field Negro, and the house Negro says, man, you must be crazy. What's better than what we got here?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Ooh wee.
Let's hear from Michael. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, so my thoughts are that, the commentator makes a good point that for any FBAs who want to live in diverse areas, is that it's very important to very important to be aware of their surroundings, right? Yeah, I mean, a diverse areas may be great, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be like 50-50 between Hispanics, Asians, and whites, right? Because even like
Right.
diverse areas, that's like Sabaca, North California, is like majority Hispanics and Asians. That's not really
Right.
50-50. That's like almost like what 100% Asians and Hispanics, and FBAs only make up what less than 10% of
20.
California's population in
Okay,
a
I think
diverse state.
Michael. Okay, I think Michael that it's about 12%. Okay, now I'm
12%.
glad you brought. Yeah, I
It's
think
less
you.
than that.
It's
It's
less
less
than that, Jay.
Yeah,
than
it's less. Yeah, it's been
Okay.
dropping steadily.
Okay, now if that there is the case, okay, and I don't doubt neither one of you gentlemen's intellect, okay, then why in the fuck are we making up more than 48% of the goddamn inmate population in California?
Why? Because they disappear us.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So if there's any how should we say those of the Caucasian persuasion out there looking at this, all you got to do is just inbox us to get the YouTube link to come on, or Brother Che, you know, he makes a decision to share you the StreamYard link, okay? And as soon as you troll, you're the fuck up out of here.
Right. Yeah. And also the commentator also mentioned that I mean I know he really cares about the brothers and sisters, especially sisters,
Mhm.
to be united with the brothers, right? Preferably
Mhm.
in a FBA community, like
Mhm.
100%. But he also understands that there's things that you can do to bring people's awareness, but at the end of the day, they're gonna make their own decisions. Very similar to what Philip Scott said before,
Mhm.
like at least like double digits a percentage of FBAs living in diverse areas to be safe.
Mhm.
Yep. All right, let's hear from Lady Che. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, what do you say?
Self-defense is a
Vital.
God-given right.
I think everybody should. I think that it's not a right. It's a like a natural instinct. You should be able to defend yourself anywhere from anybody, especially when you warn them. I mean, I have to put myself. If I have to put myself in the place of the little boy of Carmelo Anthony, I would say I say it all the time. Touch me and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I say it on a regular basis. Like, you ain't gonna like it if you think you're gonna put your hands on it. You know, I say it on a regular basis, at least once a month. Okay, so at least once a month, and in my mind, I'm prepared to, you know, shake a motherfucker instantly. In my mind, I'm prepared that in that manner because that's all I've ever known is, some sort of aggressive mannerisms. So I say it all the time. And in my mind, in my mind, like I'm a reactionary. And so, I'm sorry, hold on. I apologize. I'm a reactionary person, and that's by nature. As that is my nature. And no matter how I try to not be reactionary, I can't help it sometimes. So when I say it, I'm like, man, put your motherfucking hands on me if you want to. You're gonna see what's gonna happen. I say things like that. So I think that when you're saying these things, and deep down inside that you're prepared for whatever may happen. And in that case, you're prepared to defend yourself. Am I gonna apologize for making an avid promise
No.
of defense? No, he is not. He was. That's it. He's innocent in the sense of that he made that promise. He said, touch me. If you touch me, I'm gonna do something, right? You know what he said? Something like that.
Touch me and see what happens.
Touch me and see what happens, right? And
Basically a warning.
Yeah, basically, he warned him. He warned him that was no avid push. He shoved him right
On bleachers.
on bleachers of all things. the young man has epilepsy. Nobody knows that but him, him and God, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what if he would have hit his head on one of the bleachers? He
had
went
brain
into,
damage.
Yeah, when they
took him
in, they took him in to go into prison.
Mm-hmm.
He had a seizure that night.
Mm-hmm.
The mom and dad had to bring the medicine.
Yep.
So, it's not like either way something bad would have happened, one way or the other. Now, how it looked like it looked like a bunch of rumblings. You know what I mean? But yeah, what I was more concerned about when I was talking to Jesse was, why didn't the friend who invited him tear off after him immediately? Because he had a good distance of running before anybody was really right behind him. But just that it could have been in that crowd. I feel like we didn't get I feel like that wasn't all the video. I feel like we got a lot of video from different angles from the state, but not really from the students. And what we heard from the students, they lied. Some lied in the court, and some could be lying outside the court. So we really wouldn't know.
Right.
I don't think that he's wrong for defending himself. I don't think he's wrong for making a promise or a statement like, "Time for you to see what happens." You see what I'm saying? I don't think that he's wrong for that, because as Black people think they can just touch Black people all the time.
Yep.
That they can just touch their skin or their hair or their clothes, or that if they're surrounded by a bunch of white people and they see one, maybe two Black people in a space, that they can say anything to Black people.
Mm-hmm.
They feel free to use the N-word R at their liberty, and it comes to time when fucking kids are tired of that. People are tired of that. Motherfucking, you see, with another prime example, that Chud the Builder dude.
Yeah.
He would be avidly in a face of some Black person, calling them out, calling them names, and saying they're gonna do something or whatever. I can't
And
say
then
the
when
word.
they get ready to beat his ass, he say, "You something else."
Yeah, and right when they get ready to beat his ass, something bad happens, right? And he's calling the police after he maced somebody and threatened to shoot someone. And now it finally caught up to him. But in this case, this was severely the self-defense that just went wrong. And like self-defense, like an accident. Like maybe the stabbing part was the accident. Maybe you meant to just show it to him and scare him, you know what I mean? And it just got a little out of hand. There are times where I relinquished my weapon and I'd be praying deep down inside I didn't have to use it. And I showed it, you know what I mean, to scare that person. You see what I'm saying? And that didn't, sometimes, and that worked. It worked. But I was praying deep down inside, I didn't have to fucking use it because I know how dangerous I am. You see what I'm saying? So it's like he was damned if he did or damned if he didn't. You know what I mean? Would he have gotten beat up? Yeah, I think all the people would have beat him up.
He could have got killed on them bleachers.
That's it. And with metal bleachers, it just takes one time to hit your head.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And he was sitting down. He wasn't standing up. So that's a bullying move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have sitting down. They're not standing up to you. They're just letting you run your mouth. You're towering over them, and you managed to shove him like that with that much aggression. If you just pushed him, he wouldn't have fell off the back of the seat.
Yeah, and especially like falling backwards is very dangerous. Like you said, after like one fall from a metal bleacher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also Karmelo was minding his own business, just trying to relax, right? And
It was raining. Somebody say, "Come over here." You see him walk in there casually. It wasn't like his body was loose. You know what I mean? He wasn't in there for no tension.
Right.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's like what Jesse said, Sabaka and Lady say, and several FBAs have said, this is like nothing new. It's not a new movie, it's a continuum, right?
Right.
The only difference because of, technology has exposed who the Karens, Beckys, and Brads are. Because before that, it's very hard to prove who are the main culprits back then. But yeah, I really, like I said, thank God for technology, social media. And I know
Right.
the Karens, Brads, and Beckys are getting so upset and trying to like cover up their anti-black racism, saying that, look, you see, like especially Karen. Karen is known for, hey, um, Kisa, look, my friend is FBA, right? Because Karen knows that she's getting exposed and she doesn't want her reputation to be challenged, especially when Karen gets very upset with Kisa for like no apparent reasons over like little stuff or even like
Yeah, that's
micro.
not fault, Michael. The fault is them coming at us. The black
Right.
people don't go and make tension. They don't go start problems with white folk. I mean, unless they got a problem with that specific white person, they're not gonna go and just create look like half the time I'm like, for example, let me speak up, right? And I'll say some salacious shit. It's because somebody prior to me speaking
Right. He was chilling.
had said something stupid or did something that offended my sensibilities, and I went into attack. I don't just go on it. Yes, it's true. I do not like white people at all.
Right.
Heavily prejudiced. Okay? Majorly, I'm black nationalist. Majorly prejudiced. However, I don't start problems with them, like at all. And just earlier yesterday morning,
Yeah.
me and Jess we were coming back over here. It was very early. It was like
7 in the morning.
7 in the morning, and we're already getting messed with by a tether of a bus driver.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we're on the bus and we're surrounded by all kinds of triggers. Like for me, all kinds of triggers.
Mhm.
There's a white man in a dress.
Oh my God.
The bus was straight like feet. Right? Now,
I said you'll never be a woman.
Right?
You're clearly a man.
Yeah, like those are.
I said it loud enough where everybody on the bus could hear me.
Yeah,
You're not a fucking woman. This dude had a whole fucking dress on, a whole white dress, a whole Nabisco.
Oh man, and he expressed his anti-black racism, right, Jesse?
No, not.
I just said that, but that's a trigger for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jesse got the same social triggers, right? Because we've been together probably for a long time, so our triggers are pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm texting quietly. I was like, "That's a man," and I look at half face, right? And I said to him,
Instantly, as soon as the motherfucker got on the bus, it was a
I was
man.
like, "That's a man."
Oh man.
And I was like, but the driver was fucking with me, so I was like, he'll make me cuss him out, because
The
just
driver gonna call security and shit.
Yeah, he called security out. But Jesse had brought some of my things from our house over with him in his wagon.
Mm-hmm.
So we weren't about to empty out the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
So because I'm in a chair, I get like little privileges, right?
Yeah, accommodations.
Yeah, so I'm like, this is my helper. That's my thing. He's moving me.
Right.
Right? It's whatever. And he just out to some white man on the RTV. The white man's looking at him.
And he got on the phone.
Yeah, and I was then pointed out like, this is my shit. Like, there's stuff in it, but like three bags in it, right? That are mine. And the rest of the stuff is like shit that Jesse brought for my house that we use and we bring back to his house.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, cool, whatever. And it sounds like it's only a little while longer. We're about to get off the bus. We're at the halfway point.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, motherfuckers. And every person that got on was either white or Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
And they all had their own little weird little funny little sets and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, it's whatever. I said, the bus smelled like feet.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it would be funny without laughing at all. But I was like triggered by white people and a transgender person. because the transgender person got on there with all the vigor in the world, thinking that he looked good in a dress.
He moved a racist police before.
Mm-hmm.
A racist gay police before, and they had a Confederate flag and a pride flag. And
oh my God, that's very confusing. That's too cool. Like things that don't exist.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, and you're right. Yeah, and you're right.
I was
Lady.
saying, Michael, that if there was a
I did
a God, they would get that boy out right now because he didn't deserve to go to prison.
I'm gonna have to restart this computer because it's acting stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having some similar shit too.
Yeah, I have a question. If William Cochran is still alive and represent Karmelo, you think Karmelo would have gotten out easily, right?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, because the evidence kind of shows it. What I don't like is all the black people that are contrarian. Oh my God, my heart.
Like not defending Karmelo, you mean, Lady Tay, right?
This is so negative, like the Officer Tatum types.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my God, my heart.
And Karen Hunter too.
I gotta restart the computer, y'all.
Yeah,
so
hold it down. Don't leave. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
If he leaves, then the stream will go.
All right.
You and Shabaka just talk amongst yourself.
Yeah, talk about yourself. We'll be right back, Shabaka.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So he's restarting the computer, ladies and gentlemen, and this here clearly shows that they don't like our narrative right here. They say, and then when we treat other groups the way they treat us, they look at us as racist. Okay. But we don't control no banks. We don't control no policy enforcers. We control no stock markets. We control no major film studios. You see. But then when we speak out about the injustice that happened to Karmelo, we are called racist. You see, does that make sense, Michael?
Oh yeah, makes sense. Perfect. Yeah, makes sense. Yes, because other groups of people don't like when FBAs make a statement. FBAs are calling out for other groups for their anti-black racism, right? Because other groups of people have always remained silent, right? And silence is actually worse than a person coming out as being anti-black racist. And for other groups of people, because most other groups of people have always discriminated against FBAs, even historically, even to this day, nothing has changed with other groups of people. And I understand why FBAs believe that it's time to own the means of production and to own industries, because those days of integration has not really changed other groups of people's behaviors, mentality, and shared solidarity. I mean, collectively speaking, few individuals, but overall majority have not. And even MLK, like you said, had to learn the hard way.
Yeah, he led our
towards the
people
end
into
of
a
his
burning house with integration, and that I would always respect him for. Now, also too, Michael, what you could do until Jesse gets back, there was an old television series. Let me see, the late 1960s. Okay,
late 60s.
Okay, it was called Name of the Game, and it starred Robert Stack, Gene Barry, and Tony Franciosa. Okay. And they did a loosely based episode on the murder of little Bobby Hutton in Oakland, California, April 6, 1968, although they didn't mention Mr. Hutton's name, but you can connect the dots. Okay, so Tony Franciosa was Jeff Dillon, and he was meeting with Ivan Dixon, and Ivan Dixon was pretty much representing the BLA. Okay. And Tony Franciosa says, well, didn't Dr. King said he has a dream? And Ivan Dixon replies back, Well, look what happened to King. Now, the thing that I will always respect Dr. King for, Michael, when he made the statement, I led our people into a burning house with integration.
Right.
Okay. And then I get these, how should I say, across my timeline, these OTBs, meaning the other and black. Well, judge the person by the content of his character, not by his race. Okay. Now, when are you white folk gonna set up there and step to your own people with that same scenario? They don't.
They
No,
don't.
they
That's
don't.
true. They
You
don't.
see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
this
I
isn't
understand.
hatred. This isn't racism. I'm talking about shit that I've lived through. Okay. And then when you guys get up in this age group, man, and when I'm gone, you know what I'm saying? Just off the law of biophysics, do the same thing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, because being black in America, man, is a very, very stressful point. Case in point, each time I get in my car, Michael, okay,
Okay.
am I going to be stopped by some race soldier in the middle of the night? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely understand. Yep, definitely. I definitely understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with a fight and flight mode every day with the police. Doesn't matter like the time of the day, whether it's like morning or
Right.
nighttime, because of mass police surveillance. And even I noticed too when police pull FBA brothers over, and I noticed some the police get very emboldened, jealous, and the police go on a tirade.
Exactly. It's because, to quote the words of George Orwell out of his book 1984, and I used to get Sarge with this line all the time, and the book was written in 1949. Okay, just to give you an idea.
Right.
And Orwell stated in his book, okay, the police guard is chosen for superior brawn and lack of intelligence, and he will be suspicious of everybody and be willing to lay down his life for the leader he's never seen, called Big Brother.
Right.
Okay. Now, what Big Brother is today is this AI shit. Okay. Because I saw them talking about it on mainstream news. You know, just let AI go on and do it with Jeff Bezos firing all these people. And he's got $200 fucking billion. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I see what
therefore,
you're
that's
saying.
going to be contributing more to the homeless situation. And then, as me and Jess has discussed many a times, when you're out there homeless, you are going into a straight fucking survival mode. You see what I mean?
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? And you know, you don't want to be hostile toward nobody or anything like that. But when you out there in that rain and ain't got nowhere to go, brother, the primitive instincts are gonna come out in you. Okay.
Yeah, survival mode. In other
Yeah,
words.
yeah, survival mode, just like a soldier, man, in a war zone.
Yep.
Because you're vulnerable. You see what I'm saying? You're vulnerable. You see what
Right.
I mean? And then and they want to demasculate the black male. You see what I'm saying? This is why they're coming with these alternative agendas. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm using that term, connect the dots, is because all this social media is headquartered in or around a place called San Francisco.
Yep.
Yeah,
California.
yeah. So connect the dots. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So when you
Because
go
they're
up
the ones, right? Because they're the
yeah.
ones who are creating the narratives every day, right? And it's nothing new. And even with like with AI is making like false narratives against FBAs. And
Oh, yes, sir.
yeah, although AI has its benefits, but definitely I would say not that I don't trust AI, but if someone's going to use AI, make sure you get when you use AI, make sure you get feedback from a human
Right.
being, because AI cannot make like total corrections, right? Unless
Right.
unless you're being aggressive with AI, especially when it comes to um, promoting false narratives about FBAs, because even like the
Mhm.
Mzungus, the Asian
Okay.
Karens, Hispanic Maria or Karens, right? Because I
Right.
call them all Karens because they're in cahoot, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
And they just can't get enough of FBAs, because FBAs are rising and soaring to are not only just rising but to the top,
Mhm.
but also uniting as a forefront, right? And
Mhm.
if I were these other groups of people, like the Asian, Hispanics, and white people, if I were them, I would start. It's time to start listening to what FBAs need, and start
Mhm.
advocating on their behalf, because FBAs are going to be one in the future to make America great again, with
Yeah,
like
right.
yeah, with trends, technology,
Right.
um, healthcare, right? And unfortunately,
Mhm.
because most non FBAs are still, what is it? Still resistant, right? Because they want to go
Right.
back to glory years where they had control over FBAs, where FBA was at the bottom. But now we're seeing that the tide is changing somewhat, and I especially see it among the Asian, Hispanic, and white liberals, right?
Right.
Even when I talk to them about reparations, I say, hey, okay, it's great to have universal policies, fine, but universal policies alone don't close the racial wealth gap. When I said that to the liberals, my gosh, they
Right.
get so upset. I think they got upset with me and said, "How about us? We're the one. We also face discrimination too." And I said, "Becky, I'm so sorry what went through, but Becky, you didn't go anywhere. You didn't experience what FPs have been through. You only experience." I said to Becky, "She only experienced a fraction of it."
Right.
And then from there, it's like I had to leave the um, organization as a volunteer fighting for example, universal healthcare, because it was just like too, the thinking was just too homogenous, right?
Mhm.
And not really enough understanding. Just not only not understand, but not enough action, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess because I'm just an I'm a person with my own, independent thinking, of course, asking questions really asking good questions to FBAs, right? So I understand how to pivot and how to
Right.
move forward with policies for FBAs, because yeah, I used to, make mistakes thinking that okay, universal policies alone would solve race problems, right? But
Mhm.
not without digging in deeply, that not to say that universal policies don't work, but it really did not have any teeth
Mhm.
to claw any teeth to stop anti-black racism, because people who work for the government, yeah, they may sure that the universal programs will be implemented, but the people who are in the government are the same players who still going to express anti-black racism,
Mhm.
right? And so that's
Mhm.
why I learned over time, right, that
Right.
set asides are needed or to complement universal policies, right?
Mhm.
And I know sometimes Democrats, get upset. They're like, "Oh, if you focus too much on reparations, that means I'm paraphrasing what the Democrats told me, saying that, oh, as white, Asian, Hispanic Democrats, we're going to be at the bottom. Everything's going to be at the top." And I said, no, no, that's not true, liberals. And I think they have this, like, I guess, hallucination. I'll put it this way.
Mhm.
And yeah, and that's why, like, when I vet candidates' platforms about reparations, right?
Mhm.
And I noticed that I had to, like, I think I had to somewhat tone down a little bit, because otherwise, if I made it like very aggressive, they will they will label as too extreme. You know what I mean? But for me, I don't find it extreme at all. Asking candidates about reparations or demanding that they
Right.
put reparations on their platforms. And I notice that every time I demand something from from political candidates, I notice that they tend to take a long time to respond, or they'll say, "This is not the time to focus on reparations. We'll do it when it gets close to election." Like,
Yeah,
for
they yeah,
example,
yeah, yeah, they always keep delaying it, yeah,
yeah,
and they doing
delaying,
that
and
yeah, and they doing that systemically, Michael, but please
yes,
continue.
systemically, yes, absolutely, yes, systemically, especially Democrats, right? Because we know Republicans for sure.
Yeah.
We know where they stand because they oppose, reparative policies, what, 95% of the time? With the
Right.
Democrats, it's like what, almost like 40-50%. Like the
Right.
Democrats says, yes, 40% say they do support reparations, and 50% say not so much, or somewhat, you know what I mean? So it's really like confusing, right?
Right.
And yeah, and that's why and that's why Democrats have been failing, you know, FBA voters for so many years because of that teeth that the Democrats impose for FBIs to feel not only be truly treated as human beings, but to be protected
Mhm.
from you know from economic harms, um, institutionalized racism, white
Exactly.
supremacy,
Exactly. They normalize it. Now,
normalize
Mike,
it, right?
yeah. Now, excuse me for interrupting you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wisdom, Michael. I'm addressing Cal Dog. What he has here in the comment. Name me one black hate group that go around lynching people because of skin color. Now, Cal Dog, there was an interview with Muhammad Ali before he fought George Foreman, right?
Mhm.
And he had told the press, no, we are not the same. You know, you can't find black people going around hanging white men and cutting their private parts off and putting that off in their mouth. You see, not only is that an act wrong within itself, man, that is horrific. That is barbaric. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, like, I went back and forth, man, you know, on this like page of mine, because you used to be able to select who you could have on the like page, but it's open up to anybody. And you should look and listen to the shit that comes on there. So what I do, Michael, I don't argue with them no more. All I do is delete and block.
And block.
Delete and block. And they call me all kind of shit. Then I tried it one time. No, I tried it 3 times. You know what they
Mhm.
say? One time a coincidence. No, wait a minute. One time it happened. Second time a coincidence. 3 is the charm, right? And
Right.
they called me all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? All kind of shit. So what
And
I
this is
do is, and I return my insult, then I go ahead and block them. So
block
they cannot comment back. Same thing
comment
I
back.
did with that coon ass Negro by the name of Melvin. And I ain't saying your last name Melvin because I ain't going to sit up there and promote you. You know who the fuck I'm talking about. And this is Shabaka Sankori Melvin. If you just happen to hear this podcast, you know, in replay, they say. And so I went on and deleted Melvin. You know what I'm
Melvin.
saying? Yeah,
Mhm.
you see, okay. And I feel sorry for Melvin in the long run, but at the same token, a guy like Melvin would jeopardize my very existence. Just
Right.
like you had that one clown, man, that they put on blast down there. I
Okay,
think it
y'all,
was.
I'm back. I'm
Oh,
back.
you're back,
Okay,
Jesse.
Jesse.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let me finish this here, Jesse. Where they had the Negro down there, man, with the stars and bars, man, talking about he supporting the Ku Klux Klan and all that. Disgusting.
Yeah, very disgusting. Yeah, to support KKK.
Yeah, disgusting.
Yeah, the
And
one
keep in
that had
mind,
the
the
Confederate
stars and
flag.
exactly, Che. But just like Che says, it was the damn Democrats that brought you the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
And the Democrats were very like covert about it.
Oh yeah, exactly. You see, and
Like
then like
undercover cop.
yeah, and just like what like what LBJ said, if you convince the poorest white man that he's better than an average Negro, that you will be picking his pocket for the next, what was it, Che? 65, 100 years
yeah,
or something like that.
something like that, 60 years. Right. And it's when and really it's when the white people are emptying their own people's pockets. Like the rich white man's
Right.
emptying the poor white man's pocket. But the rich white man has to tell the poor white man, no, it's the rich black man. And the rich black man's like, hey, Brad, I don't control 9% of the resources in this country. What makes you think I'll do it? And Brad's like, well, Tyrone, I heard this from rich white man. And Tyrone says, but Brad, you got the information in Brad. What you hear is misinformation. And Brad
Right.
gets so upset that he wants to take his tirade. Like go like I don't know, like you know, like going in a tirade and pick a fist fight with Tyrone. Tyrone said, well, Brad, I don't have time for foolishness.
Right. You see what I'm saying? And this is not hatred. This is not hatred that we're talking. Okay, let me just say 2 more sentences, Brother
Yeah.
Che, then I'm going to yield it back to you. This is not hatred. Self-sufficiency is not racial hatred. It's
Definitely
a
not.
reason why they don't want our self-sufficiency is because it's going to cost them too much economically just under the science of macroeconomics.
Yep.
You see, so a guy like Trump, I'm not mad at Trump. Why? Because he's telling you how he honestly feels. But these Democrats, man, oh my goodness.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to start my own political party, the Shabaka political party.
Amen, Sabaka.
So moving along, we got new attorneys on the Karmelo Anthony case. So
Okay.
Brother George's going to give us an update on that.
Sir.
Okay. All right, going on mute.
So here we go. Now, I was waiting for the Karmelo Anthony's family to speak, to come out and say something. Now, they didn't really come out and hold a press conference and say something, but they spoken very loud yesterday where the new team, their new team for the appeals process, and their new group of attorneys have been shown, and they put together a so-called Texas Dream Team. Hopefully we can get some good news because this young man was sentenced to 35 years. We have shown the case records of incidents like this that's happened down there in Dallas. And I've shown you guys on my channel, Casey Allison got 10 years for unaliving Jose Ramirez. And this is the thing. The Casey Allen case did not get nowhere the press coverage that this case has got, where people has talked all kinds of stuff because there was a Mexican boy that was unalived in the bathroom where Casey Allison took a knife into the school. But with this, they say it's not about race, but why did it get so much coverage? Why did it go national and international? Everybody's talking about it all over the world. And you have Black Sambo celebrating this young boy getting 35 years, and you have 85% of W America celebrating. But I think help is on the way. For Karmelo Anthony, we're gonna share our screen. We're gonna get off into what I mean when I say help is on the way. Check this out.
There are new developments in the case of Karmelo Anthony, who was sentenced to 35 years behind bars for the murder of Austin Metcalf.
Yes, tonight a high-profile legal team announced they will be representing Anthony. NBC5's Ali Spilliards is live with the latest on this. Now, Ali, what does this mean for the next phase of this case?
Well, Brian and Brittany, this comes less than 2 weeks after Karmelo Anthony filed a pauper oath, basically a request to the court for an attorney saying he could no longer afford one. That came the same day that he filed a motion saying he intends to appeal his conviction. This team of 6 prominent Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin-based lawyers say they're coming together to represent Anthony pro bono. The team's headed by former Dallas County Prosecutor Russell Wilson. It also includes Michael Ware, the director of the Innocence Project of Texas, and president of the Texas NAACP, Gary Bledsoe. Despite numerous requests, the team told us they are holding off on interviews for now, but they did release a statement saying, in part, we recognize the profound loss suffered by one young man's family and the uncertainty facing another. Our responsibility is to determine whether a legal error occurred and to ensure that every issue supported by the record is fully and vigorously presented on appeal. A couple of weeks ago, one of the attorneys now representing Anthony told me that this process takes time. He said an appeal likely wouldn't reach the 5th District Court of Appeals until the end of the year. If they have to move to the state or federal level, that could take even longer.
So this is the thing. So me being in trouble with the law before I understand the language that she's using now and what that means that the reason why they didn't release that video and it took them so long to release the video, because they knew that Austin and his brother Hunter had some guilt, but they was being racist and they wanted to find him guilty. They do this in states all across America to Black people all the time. So by the time this process is over, family, they'll get about between 3 to 5 years out of him, and they'll get time out of him because from what we're seeing, because it took them so long, there was room for self-defense. But they went and they gave him as much time, some egregious time, right? They cut off all visual of everything inside the courtroom, right? It's like they went and even doctored up the video. We got people lying on the stand. We got stuff that was kept from the court, right? We got all that kind of stuff. We got 3 black jurors that wasn't allowed. So he has like 5 or 6 cases for a retrial, right, on appeal. They know that that's going to happen, but they're going to push this down the line, down the process. The same way Case and Allison case took 3 years, this is going to take about 3 years before it really get in court to trial. Maybe or maybe 2 years, and then they'll try to get, if he gets a new trial, it'll be another year after that, and they'll try to get him bail. So this is going to be a process, but they're going to get some time out of this young man, right? They definitely gonna get some time out of him. But let's go over here. You know, like this whole thing just gets crazy, man. This whole thing just gets crazy, bro. So it says Karmelo Anthony bringing out the legal big guns to pursue appeal, right? So that's the image of Karmelo Anthony. The fight for Karmelo Anthony's freedom is heading into the next round of a new group of heavyweight attorneys are now leading his effort to overturn his murder conviction, right? A team including Texas NAACP President Gary Bledsoe, veteran appellate lawyer Russell Wilson II, and civil rights attorney Brooke Claus announced Monday it has taken over the Anthony's case and will conduct an independent review on the trial record while pursuing all available avenues of the appeal. Now, these people would not take over that appeal if they didn't think that there was discrepancies in the case. I best believe they went over all the paperwork and transcripts, and they saw a whole lot that said, "Oh, wait a minute, hold on, Kemosabe, this ain't right. We're gonna go. We got to show up and show out for this young man, right?" As TMZ previously reported, Anthony was convicted of unaliving Austin Metcalf and sentenced earlier this month to 35 years in prison. He signed. He has signaled. He wasn't done fighting the case almost immediately, filing a notice of appeal less than 24 hours after his conviction, right? The newly assembled legal team says its focus will be determining whether any errors occurred during the proceedings, raising any issues it believes could support overturning the conviction. The lawyers say they're taking a fresh look at the case, and they also acknowledge the toll the case have taken on both families, right? So we basically know all what the what it stemmed from. So let's go over here, right? Let's go over to this side. Let's get a good look at the actual lawyers, right? So this here is Gary Bledsoe. This is Russell Wilson. The second, this is Michael Ware. This is Sean DeMera. This beautiful woman right here is Brooke Claus, and this is Justin A. Moore, right? So he has a whole team. He has a whole team that's coming out, man, to help him, right? But you know what's sad? When we breaking this stuff down, you got a whole bunch of Negroes, man, that's using their platforms to go against Karmelo, man, right? And this is the sad part. Oh, let me show my face.
Oh, okay, Cow Dog. Thank you for
the sad part about this. A lot of y'all see what these people are doing, and y'all won't forgive them. Y'all still want to watch this show.
Thank you for joining us, sir.
He's using his platform, like, because he's contracted in with the dominant society to go after Karmelo, man. Let's break this down.
Whatsoever, and there were 21 people, who was considered for the jury. You had your grand jury testimony and all of this other stuff going on. And there was 21 people that were talked to. There were witnesses that were in attendance. Nobody talked about Austin Metcalf falling into a knife. I don't know where that comes from. And obviously, because of how severe the penalty was, 35 years in prison.
Now we know Stephen A. Snitch has a real long documented history of tearing down black men. We already know he's in sports, but now he's not even in sports, right? Some things with the platform he got, why use your platform to do this? Why not wait till the appeals process go through when he knows that there wasn't full transparency? He knows this.
It's obvious he's on puppet strings.
But you guys are still watch this guy, still make excuses for this guy.
we're going to take into account history from an historical perspective, from a racist perspective, and we're not going to be uncomfortable with the discrepancy that exists between somebody like Casey Allison compared to a Karmelo Anthony. I got that part. But that doesn't give us a license to then turn around and to just come up with stuff that might have been, as opposed to listening to the evidence that was actually disseminated and making reaching a conclusion based off of that.
We're not even sure what evidence was disseminated because they cut off all cameras to the court, and we don't even know if it was full transparency. That's why you have a whole bunch of people wanting to take a fresher look, because they know about the racism in that county, right? You know about it, but you just a certified bootleg.
Karmelo Anthony was quoted as saying to Austin Metcalf, "Put your hands on me and find out what's going to happen." To be clear, he was in a tent because it was raining outside at a track meet. And he was in a visiting team's tent, not his own. And Austin Metcalf was one of the people that walked up to him and said, "Yo, man, you need to go to your own spot. You don't need to be up in here." And according to witnesses and Karmelo Anthony himself, he said, "Put your hands on me and see what's going to happen." According to a coach, in the aftermath of the incident, he walked up to Karmelo Anthony and asked him what happened. And Karmelo Anthony said, "Hey, he put his hands on me, so I stabbed him." So he told you what he was going to do before he did it.
You know what's funny? What he's doing? He knows there's way more to the story than that. He's not using this platform to show the video of the tussle. He's not doing nothing to show, well, let me give you the other side. None of that. He's running straight with the W folks narrative, man. Straight with it. That's what he's doing. Because there's way more to it than just that. He's not mentioning that Karmelo Anthony was sitting down the whole time and he was actually attacked first. He ain't saying none of that. He's using this major platform that he has to totally denigrate this boy.
And he ended up doing it. And now we're hearing all of these conspiracy theorists coming out here talking about this stuff, ignoring the evidence. Now,
so everybody black that's bringing out other evidence, we are all conspiracy theorists, and we're ignoring the evidence. So we're ignoring that they put the 3 jurors off. We're ignoring that Eddie lied on the stand. We're ignoring that they doctored up the video and it took them a whole year to bring the video out. And when you look at it, you can see that there was some tussling. We're ignoring all that. We're being conspiracy theorists. This is your man's.
Again, Officer Tatum, I'm not going to go your route because we can simply disagree. We don't have to engage in insulting anybody here. You've got people that are emotionally invested because they see a system that they think is inequitable and unequal, and as a result, they react accordingly because yet another black kid is going down with a level of severity that isn't being shared by somebody who isn't black, but comes across as having committed the same crime. Now, there's different circumstances. One involved a fight that both volunteered to confront one another about. One was getting the better of the other. Ultimately, a stabbing took place. A killing occurred. And as a result of that killing, Allison got 10 years in prison because of criminally negligent homicide as opposed to manslaughter or murder. Karmelo Anthony went the route of self-defense through the advice of his lawyers and ultimately ended up being convicted of first-degree murder. As far as I'm concerned, it wasn't a jury of his peers because there was nobody black on the jury. I got all of that. There's nobody black on the jury. That's not a jury of your peers, even though there's no law that stipulates your peers means that your ethnicity has to be shared. I do understand that. But I think it would be nice if you're going to call it a jury of your peers, that it needs to be some people up there that look a little bit like you. That shares your pigmentation, your hue, your ethnicity. I think that's fair, in my opinion. But again, no laws were violated in terms of the makeup of that jury. Having said all of that, the reason why this point is relevant right now is because of a very uncomfortable truth.
Here we go.
The uncomfortable truth is that, once again, we find ourselves dropping the ball a little bit, dare I say.
No, he ain't. He about to say
his
something.
lawyer, who was that going to be? Did we do our due diligence? The makeup of the jury, did we do our due diligence? The charges that were ultimately going to be filed against him, what he was indicted for, what he was going to be prosecuted for. Did we have the right people in place to make sure that that wasn't putting Karmelo Anthony at a considerable advantage? Did we do all of those things?
He's saying that we do all those things, but look what he's using his platform for. He didn't use his platform to help with the major platform that he has. Not one time in this conversation has he said one time that I don't think that it was first degree murder. It could have been manslaughter or criminal neglect, right? Negligent homicide. He didn't say any of those things. He's speaking as if he's guilty, as he agrees with everything that happened in the court. This guy is the ultimate hypocrite. Ultimate. And he could talk to people that's slow, but when we take the emotion out, we just listen to him. You double talking, fool.
Or were we a bit late to the party in that regard? And considering that one could argue that we were late to the party in that regard, for those who want to support Karmelo Anthony, who want to act like a crime.
For those who want to support Karmelo Anthony, listen to what he's about to say, y'all.
And considering that one could argue that we were late to the party in that regard, for those who want to support Karmelo Anthony, who want to act like a crime wasn't committed, who want to act like he was completely provoked. And
now you see what he just did? So if we're supporting Karmelo, we're acting like a crime wasn't committed. We're acting like he was completely provoked. This is why he's not showing you that video. Though his handlers is having him say this. This guy's a complete sellout. Just a complete sellout. And it shows you just how, that's why I tell you, do not follow these athletes and entertainers. Because any of these athletes, black athlete, male athletes that still rock with him after this, that lets you know, man. That's why I'm trying to tell you, we ain't got no friends. We just got us.
Instead of bringing up the fact that he had no business having a knife at a track meet, instead of acknowledging the fact that he was in no real perceived danger in terms of his life being threatened, in terms of acknowledging the fact that under no circumstances, based on the evidence of what has happened, did it warrant him stabbing somebody in the chest?
He can't tell you that because he's not even playing the video. He's not even giving Karmelo a fair look. He's just looking at what they said in the courtroom when we know that there's discrepancies in this with this case. He know that these black attorneys have taken over. He don't care nothing about them. These are professional black people that seen something wrong. He doesn't care about any of that.
If we're going to sit up there and we're going to ignore those things, here's what we can't ignore. Here's what's unavoidable. People are going to bring this up too. Where's all this noise over what happened in Chicago on Juneteenth?
Here we go.
What's the relevancy for that? The relevancy for that is that we're arguing and going off and expressing hell and fury over the conviction of a guy who acknowledged he admitted he committed the crime. Told the police it's not alleged. I did it.
So we should leave him in jail for 35 years based off the discrepancies, right? Of the way that they sentence black boys as opposed to Hispanics and even whites, right? That's what he's saying. Another one he's invoking Chicago. What the hell the so-called black on black crime got to do with this? This was a crime in the school between a black boy and a white boy. So you're saying because we have black on black crime in certain cities across America, this proves that Karmelo was a vicious, violent beast, and he's justified in this because black people don't know how to behave? That's what you're saying? Because if you ain't saying that, why even bring it up? Why even bring it up? If white folks want to bring it up, let them. Why are you bringing that up on your platform? This guy is the worst of the worst, bro. Worst of the worst. See, when W folks do something to us, they look at them as a lone wolf. They don't bring up all the things they historically done to us. So why are you bringing up what we got, the problems that and the challenges that we got going on in our communities? What the hell does that got to do with Karmelo? Karmelo wasn't from it's not from Chicago. He's not from none of those communities. He come from an intact family that was living out there. So why even invoke that in this conversation?
Because he put his hands on me, so I did it, according to the reports. We've got people all over the place going off, talking about police officers, talking about the court system, talking about the inequity within our legal system, et cetera, et cetera. But 39 people get shot on Juneteenth. 6 are killed. And we're not hearing anything. Why is that? I bring up...
He's a damn liar. People have been complaining and fighting. I got urban nerves. We created that here in Philadelphia. Black people, and see, that's what I'm saying. He's disrespectful to black people. Black people have been crying and fighting and going into prisons and everywhere, talking to you everywhere. They just don't bring the cameras down here to show that. He said, we're not hearing any of that. But why even invoke that? What the hell does that got to do with this Karmelo Anthony case? Absolutely nothing, unless you're trying to say that Karmelo comes from a culture of violent black beasts, right? That need to be tamed, that black children shouldn't be around other people because when you put them around other groups, this is what happened. Is that what you're saying? See, I wish I was only to challenge him on this. No emotion. We just unpack him. We just unpack him like luggage. It ain't that hard. Why would you bring that up in the context of this conversation? It don't go together. It don't go together. Because if that's the case, I could turn around and say, well, Austin went to approach him. He was afraid because of W folks' history with black folks. Look at all the things that they've done to us. He freaked out and was afraid. If you want to invoke that, I can flip it. This is the stuff that they do, man. This is the stuff these bona fide sellouts do. But Karmelo Anthony, he has some new attorneys. They're showing up. Hold on a second. His new attorneys is showing up, and I hope that they show out. Karmelo Anthony's new legal team, right? But y'all gotta let me know what y'all think. What's y'all opinion on this? What's y'all opinion on this with his new legal team? We've done our homework. People have done their homework to find out who, these people expertise. But y'all let me know what y'all think. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
All right. Okay.
And then we find out later that the prosecutor and the judge and Daddy Metcalf are all friends. Complete conflict of interest through the whole case. The judge, if that is found to be true, if what is alleged is found to be true, that judge need to be snatched off the bench, but it don't even matter no more, Loon. You know why? He's retiring anyway.
Right.
Carmelo's case might be the last case of his career. So he just wanted to lynch one more ninja before he goes into retirement.
Might have to drop a dime on him. Sure. You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
Can Dr. Umar acquit a white boy of murder and self-defense?
Yes. Do you think that 35 years felt like justice, though?
It should have never came to that, first of all. It should have never came to that, first of all.
So you think he should have got off innocent of the charges that was brought on Karmelo Anthony?
Let's go back, because you're putting the cart before the horse. Let's go back to the indictment from the grand jury. The grand jury decided Karmelo would be charged with murder. Who's on the grand jury, Loon? You don't know. It's a secret. I want you to see how white supremacy operates behind the scenes.
Now, I did say him getting charged with first-degree murder was way manslaughter at best. But then when I watched the video and I seen how they said, just like how I reported on the video where the black man said it was 4 people who came at Karmelo, then I'm going to say no, not even manslaughter at best. Okay, and he only poked him one time. I went over both of the cases, a case in Allison and Karmelo Anthony, and they're not the same, but it is way worse. Case in Allison was way worse. It was, multiple stabs. And there's so many watching people that try to justify this, but you can't justify it.
You can't challenge the grand jury, Loon, because you don't even know who they are.
Right.
So the people who decided this 17-year-old would be charged with murder are complete secrets. And you and I both know they all white. Are you with me? So first, deal with the grand jury. Him being charged with murder was a crime in and of itself.
So what do you say about the
Let me give you one more.
I agree with listen, me and Umar always don't agree on the same thing, but I noticed that the Karmelo Anthony, not the Karmelo Anthony, but the Charleston White, they're going to get some of these, some of their handlers are going to send them on our sides just so they can get credibility. It's just my opinion. I feel like they're going to put them on our side just so they can use them more.
No, you're moving too fast. Hold on. In Texas, if you're 17, you're automatically tried as an adult. Grand jury had no control over that. Are you with me?
Yes.
He was 17. He's automatically tried as an adult, but he doesn't automatically have to be indicted with murder. That could have been aggravated, right? Manslaughter.
Right.
There's a whole list of crimes they could have went with.
So you're saying he should have been charged, just not with the first degree murder or whatever. Was it first degree?
He didn't have to be charged at all.
So
this could have been self-defense.
A white young boy body drops, and you think he should not have been charged.
The reason you labeled it a white boy is you're putting it within the context of the racism of American society. Let me flip it around for you, Loon. If two 210-pound football players, black football players, walk up to a 135-pound black boy, grab him by the hoodie, put him in a headlock, try to jump him and stomp him out, and that white boy unintentionally stabs him, or he falls onto the white boy's knife, which is what we believe happened.
There was a lot of people saying that. Y'all remember I played that video on my channel, man, where they say he was sitting down, so he had to fall into the knife. I don't know, but, a lot of people are pushing that. My thing is, when the Charleston Whites and the Umar Johnson coming along, I don't know if they helping our case or not.
Okay. Austin fell onto Karmelo's knife trying to attack him because the knife is 3.5 inches. The cut was only 2. Loon, if I'm stabbing you, why am I going halfway with a knife blade that's only 3.5 inches? You fell onto my knife. Regardless, Loon, do you really think those 2 black boys who fell on that white boy's knife are going to get convicted of murder in 35 years?
No.
Do you think they even get indicted with murder?
That's a fact. No,
you know they don't. You know why? Because there's the case of another boy by the name of Kason Allison. Have you heard of him?
No.
Same year.
I covered that case, okay, and I gave the differences. Y'all got to check that video out. I'm going to probably put the video up so y'all can see that. But yeah, that Kason Allison case just proves a lot, in my opinion.
Here, same state.
Former Belton High student Kason Allison was sentenced today to the maximum 10 years in prison for the fatal stabbing of fellow student Joe Ramirez. This comes.
Now, he was sentenced to 10 years, but they really wanted to give him between 6 months and 2 years. But I think they were just facing too much backlash where they had to give him the 10 years. They just upped it up out of nowhere. Because I think they knew the case. I knew they knew that Karmelo Anthony case was coming up.
After a jury found Allison guilty of criminally negligent homicide and a judge added a deadly weapon enhancement to his potential sentence. 6 News reporter Sydney Walker was in the courtroom for today's sentencing and has the latest.
Nearly 3 years after Joe Ramirez died, the man who stabbed him will spend a decade behind bars. Judge Wade Faulkner sentenced Allison to 10 years in confinement in the institutional division. This comes after 9 witnesses testified, including the mothers of both Ramirez and Allison, school employees who responded to the stabbing, and Allison's therapist. 3 Belton ISD staff members described lasting trauma from that day, sleepless nights, anxiety, and PTSD. One teacher said the incident forced her into medical retirement. Joe's family tearfully shared how his loss has changed their lives and say they haven't received true justice. The defense presented Allison's parents and counselor, who testified about his growth and remorse over 3 years of therapy, revealing that Allison is now a father. Defense attorney Boyd warned that prison would be a, quote, death sentence for his client and asked for just 2 years. But prosecutors successfully argued for the maximum, calling Ramirez's death, quote, entirely avoidable. When Faulkner announced the 10-year sentence, Ramirez's family erupted in applause and cheers. The judge quickly restored order while Allison's family sat in stunned silence. Following the sentencing, Ramirez's mother took the stand, looked Allison in the eye, and said, quote, you get this measly 10-year sentence while I'm serving a life sentence without my son. The DA's office said, quote, they hope today's verdict can allow Joe's family and our community to move forward. Allison was immediately taken into custody and booked into the Bell County Jail, where he began his sentence today. In Belton.
What happened in Case and Allison's case, Loon? This white boy invited this Latino boy to the school's bathroom for a fight. The white boy, Case and Allison, was armed with a knife. He invites him to fight him with a knife. And in the course of the fight, he pulls out the knife, stabs the Latino 4 times. He dies, Loon. Same year, same state.
So how is that? That's my point. How is this less egregious than what Karmelo Anthony did? You can't make it. It'll never make sense, in my opinion. I don't know what y'all think in the comment section.
He doesn't get charged with murder. He got charged with aggravated involuntary manslaughter or something to that effect. Guess what?
He got charged with negligent homicide. And they enhanced it to give him more time, which was crazy.
His sentence was
what?
Premeditated. Karmelo didn't know they was coming into the tent. Cason's case, he invited the boy. He invited him to the bathroom, shanked him 4 times, Loon, murdered him. Even the students in the school said he was saying he wanted to put him on life support. Guess what his charge was? Aggravated involuntary manslaughter or something similar. Guess what the sentence was? 10 years. Guess when he'll get paroled? In 5. Help me understand something, Loon. Help me understand. Karmelo Anthony, Case and Allison. Same age, same state. The one, self-defense, murder conviction, 35 years. The other, premeditated stabbing 4 times, aggravated manslaughter.
It's crazy.
10-year sentence. He's home in 5. Because Karmelo was convicted of murder, Loon, he has to do half the sentence.
Yes.
17 and a half years. Case and Allison, 4 shanks. He'll be home in 5.
So you think it's racism is the reason why they didn't interpret?
I think it said 17 years. I thought, y'all check me on it. I thought that Karmelo Anthony could get paroled in 5, if I'm not mistaken. But I think Karmelo is they're gonna reverse it, and they're gonna the technicality of the all-white jury, in my opinion. But we still got to see, because that's a racist town, seem like.
We did with a lesser charge at any level, because they could have did it before they charged them.
Grand jury sets the charge,
but they could have in the jury. They could have interpreted a lesser charge too.
Okay, let's deal with that. Judge Cockroach told the jury, "You can consider manslaughter." I don't believe he did that to help Karmelo. He did that to make sure Karmelo didn't walk like Rick Chow Che Mean in Columbia, South Carolina. You see that?
Yeah.
Rick Child, the jury was given no instruction to consider a lesser charge. Find him guilty of murder or he walks. They did it on purpose. It was a setup. First of all, both cases were setups, and we'll get to Cyrus Carmack Belton later.
Look at your charges you're facing, so they know you can beat this with technicalities, but we ain't gonna have it to where we can charge you with the manslaughter because they're gonna pin you with that
later.
Yes.
With Karmelo Anthony's case, Judge Cockroach told the jury they could consider manslaughter alone, not to help Karmelo get a lesser charge, to make sure Karmelo wouldn't be acquitted.
And I believe that there's definitely strategy involved with all things when you get into that court.
Strategy? How about, okay, Mike Howard is the lead attorney for Karmelo Anthony, right? Caucasian Mike Howard. And then he's working with another Caucasian on the defense team, right? By the name of Toby. Toby is friends with and used to work in the same office as the prosecutor for the state. Let me ask you a question, Lon.
No, they do be, having lunch with each other and swapping each other, swapping people out. So, knowing the justice system, I never trusted. It's never been a friend for us. We seen how the rulings and, the sentencing going. It's never going to be, in our favor. But I do believe that happened to me one time where they just, exchange you, swap you out, and they had lunch together.
Do you really believe that an attorney for Karmelo Anthony, black boy on trial for his life, has worked for years with the prosecutor prosecuting his client? Look at his loan. The man prosecuting your client is your friend. And you mean to tell me they wasn't sharing notes? You mean to tell me there wasn't a game plan? You mean to tell me that this wasn't a setup for the beginning? First of all, if I'm talking to Mike Howard, the lead attorney for Karmelo, why was Toby an additional defense attorney on Karmelo's case if he's friends with the prosecution?
Right.
That is a conflict of interest. And I personally...
Now, they did get, I believe that is a conflict of interest, and they did get some power attorneys, but where's Johnny Cochran when you need him? Man, I know the Johnny Cochran firm is still out there, man. His son is handling it down, but man, we got to get our attorneys, man, together the way they already know. They had a public defender on this trial, which I'm not sure why, but the defense was horrible.
Believe the reason Toby was put on Karmelo's defense was to feed the strategy to the prosecutor. And then we find out later that the prosecutor and the judge and Daddy Metcalf are all friends. Complete conflict of interest through the whole case. The judge, if that is found to be true, if what is alleged is found to be true, that judge need to be snatched off the bench, but it don't even matter no more, Lon. You know why? He's retiring anyway.
Right.
Karmelo's case might be the last case of his career. So he just wanted to lynch one more ninja before he goes into retirement.
Okay, what do you say to people who say, just the way that you just reversed the roles and you gave that scenario in which I agree with, what do you say with people who reverse the roles the other way, saying that Metcalf is in a situation Karmelo is in? So you would want him to get life, but would you want Austin to get life? If Karmelo died, would you want Austin to get life? Even if the system said he wouldn't, would Dr. Umar Johnson be using his platform to say that little boy should get life for what he done that night?
Definitely think that life. Y'all do know that if you commit a crime or assault on somebody with other people, people have to get charged, whatever,
Oh man, why are they distorting this man's message?
If you come at somebody and let's say you try to rob them and then they end up shooting and hitting somebody else, whoever went to go rob them, y'all all get charged with what happened to the guy.
One thing about us as African people,
We gotta stop this African stuff, man. We got a video dropping on that, man. My gosh. See him with his dashiki on. We see, podcast 154. People who are Pan-African feel like they have to represent us in America. I don't like that, man. They need to stop that. Just speak on Pan-Africanism. Try to help unite Africa. Y'all doing a horrible job of that. You can't even unite the tribes, but you want to come over here and talk about Africa.
no matter how much hell we've caught in this world and in this country, we are inherently a just people. If those two black football players bully and try to gang stalk a smaller white football player, and that smaller white football player, out of self-defense, pulled out a knife, and that larger black football player bent down and grabbed him, and in so doing, stabbed himself because the blade was only 3.5 inches. He probably didn't even see it. Do I send that white boy to jail for the rest of his life? I do not. I do not.
So
Can Dr. Umar acquit a white boy of murder and self-defense?
Yes.
Absolutely, I can if the facts show that.
So that was very telling. For him to say that if it was on the other shoe, that he would acquit the white boy for self-defense. I think Karmelo gonna get out of here. It's a lot of backing, but it was some attorneys that they hired. We're gonna see how they do, but it was some attorneys that came through, new attorneys, his new defense team. It's been a big topic, that's been going on, but I broke down both cases of Casey Allison and Carmelo Anthony. There's no way you can't prove to me that Casey Allison deserves a higher, a sentence, way more than Carmelo Anthony. But I want to know what y'all think in the comment section, man. We're gonna go over some more content, definitely with. It's been a lot of 154. A lot of this Africa stuff been going on. We're gonna drop something on that, but let me know what y'all think in the comment section, man. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Do not buy 12 tribes on earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Well, there's a lot of people that feel positive about this legal team that Kamala, oh my goodness, I can't even speak today. Carmelo Anthony's parents put together. This time they made sure they included Black attorneys, and it's what a lot of people are calling his dream team. So at least these attorneys seem to be very well in tune with the case and everything. And it's a shame. They got influenced, the parents got influenced by the people around them. And they were all advising them to get a white attorney. I don't know why some of our people think the white man's ice is colder, because it's not. You know, they're not always the best attorneys either. You know, some of them are good attorneys and some of them are not. So, and we know corruption is real bad in the court system in this country. It's always been bad. It is badly corrupted. And, you know, we can't count on the folks that set this thing up to dismantle it. They won't dismantle it, y'all, because they're making too much money off of their corruption. So they're not going to do nothing about it. So, you know, many Black attorneys are now coming online, and you'll see a few in the videos I'm about to show you that chimed in on this case. And they saw plenty of things wrong in how this case was conducted in court, and they had a problem with quite a few things. So hopefully on the appeal, this whole thing will get turned around. I sure hope so, for Karmelo's sake, because they really railroaded him up in this court. But they have done that to our people in their court system for centuries. I mean, if it wasn't corrupt, then we would not see the number of exonerations that we see every single year. For a while, I was even doing those videos just to show you how many there were. There was not a week that did not go by where I did not see an exoneration. And sometimes in 1 week, you would see several of them. And it just goes to show you, they talk all that, you're a criminal. But when you see the exonerations, no, what we see is a bunch of lying in court. Your prosecutor is lying, your judge is lying, your all white juries are lying. And this is why we have never been able to get a fair shake in this country up in these courts. So let's get into it, y'all. I hope this really turns things around for Karmelo, you know, and yeah, I mean, yeah, their courts are corrupt. The courts are more criminal than the criminals that are coming in there, as far as I'm concerned. The courts are more criminal because y'all have been doing this for so long, and so many innocent people have gotten railroaded up in these courtrooms that the courtroom is the most criminal entity in this country. I mean, all of your agencies are corrupt because you're running it. So all of them are corrupt, but your court system is the most criminal in the entire world. So let's get into it, y'all. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Well, we have an update for Karmelo Anthony, baby. He's got a new team behind him. So a new legal team filed substitution for counsel to pursue appeal for Karmelo Anthony. Baby, and here's the starting lineup. Nobody came to play. I know people thought Ben Crump would be up in here, but don't worry, he brought a co-counsel to the team. Now leading this counsel is Russell Wilson II. And if you want to know the credentials of everybody on counsel, you can go ahead and stop, pause, and read. I just want to make it clear, I stand with Karmelo Anthony.
Let's talk about Mike Howard. Now, a lot of people have the facts twisted. Mike Howard was a public defender. However,
all right, just to add a little context, Mike Howard was the white attorney that represented Karmelo Anthony. So if you don't know what his name is, that is his name. That's who she's talking about. All right, let's move on.
Mike Howard was not a public defender at the time of his representation of Karmelo Anthony. He was retained, funds utilized from the GoFundMe that people had donated. Now, Mike Howard knew that he couldn't win the case. So therefore, he acted and he did and did not say certain things that would later and could later be brought up on appeal, because you know why? He knew that Karmelo Anthony acted within self-defense. So he acted purposely and effectively.
Developments in the case of Karmelo Anthony, who was sentenced to 35 years behind bars for the murder of Austin Metcalf.
Yes, tonight a high-profile legal team announced they will be representing Anthony. NBC5's Allie Spilliards is live with the latest on this. Now, Allie, what does this mean for the next phase of this case?
Well, Brian and Brittany, this comes less than 2 weeks after Karmelo Anthony filed a pauper oath, basically a request to the court for an attorney saying he could no longer afford one. That came the same day that he filed a motion saying he intends to appeal his conviction. This team of 6 prominent Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin-based lawyers say they're coming together to represent Anthony pro bono. The team's headed by former Dallas County Prosecutor Russell Wilson. It also includes Michael Ware, the director of the Innocence Project of Texas, and president of the Texas NAACP, Gary Bledsoe. Despite numerous requests, the team told us they are holding off on interviews for now, but they did release a statement saying, in part, we recognize the profound loss suffered by one young man's family and the uncertainty facing another. Our responsibility is to determine whether a legal error occurred and to ensure that every issue supported by the record is fully and vigorously presented on appeal. A couple of weeks ago, one of the attorneys now representing Anthony told me that this process takes time. He said an appeal likely wouldn't reach the 5th District Court of Appeals until the end of the year. If they have to move to the state or federal level, that could take even longer.
So Donnie Perlez has been assigned to handle the appeal case for Karmelo Anthony. He has been licensed out of Texas since 2004. Now, he got his Juris Doctorate from St. Mary's University School of Law in 2004. Prior to that, he did get his Bachelor's of Art in Government from the University of Texas back in 1998. Now, he also did work for the Collin County District Attorney's Office from 2005 until 2008. And more recently, he's been in private practice since 2010 with Chelsea and Perlis PC, and he's been focused on criminal defense law and juvenile law. So definitely sounds like he's a good pick. That is only a cursory review. Now, I did kind of let people know that have been making the complaint that attorney Mike Howard and attorney Toby Shook did not do a good job in this case, and I did try to let people know, please wait until the gag order is completely lifted before you start going into, bashing them. There is a lot of things that we do not know until we get the documents that, were under the gag order. We don't know what motions were filed. We don't know any of that. And those motions will really let us know if they did a good job or a bad job. And because we don't know a lot of things that took place beforehand, we really don't have enough to judge on, because just what happened in court does not tell us the full story, especially with the gag order that was in place on this case. Now, if this information has not been provided to you before, please do let me let you know. There is a difference between a lawyer and an attorney. A lawyer has gotten their Juris Doctorate degree. An attorney has passed the bar and is able to practice that law. Okay, there is a difference. There is an importance in making that difference if you have not been notified of that information. A trial attorney is different than an attorney that does not. Some attorneys prefer to do plea deals, things of that sort. Some attorneys are really good in the courtroom, and those are trial attorneys. So there is different levels to it as well. Just for reference, just useful information. Always learn something new every day. I am Keisha. The channel name is Court with Keisha.
As a criminal defense attorney who has done a ton of homicide trials and won, there is something that just keeps haunting me about this Karmelo Anthony case. and that is the fact that he did not take the stand. I understand that most of the times we do not want our clients to take the stand. There's no need to open your client up to liability and questions and have them take the stand in mis-ID cases, fabrication cases, where we're saying our client did not commit this homicide. But in self-defense cases, the decision to have Karmelo not take the stand, I do not believe was a wise one. In self-defense cases, you are telling the jury, I committed this crime. I committed this crime. I killed this person, but I did so justifiably. Many times it is very hard for the jury to put themselves in a client's shoes and position without hearing from the client. Some of the things that we consider about whether our clients will take the stand or not are our clients' criminal histories, their backgrounds, other bad acts that may come in against them. From what I understand, Karmelo has absolutely no criminal history whatsoever. He's 17 years old. He is in school. He clearly has familial support. Karmelo's attorneys were white men. I do not know why the decision was made for him not to testify in a self-defense case, but that is going to keep haunting me.
All right, TikTok. So here we are. Karmelo Anthony update. Now that they have released the videos containing, or the video containing the incident with Karmelo Anthony, he has a new team now that's been formed, the new legal team. And I'm going to show you guys who this legal team is that is going to get this appeal going, start getting this paperwork going so we can get this kid out. Because as you guys can see in the videos, I know a lot of people don't want to face it, but yes, he was attacked by Austin and his brother. God rest his soul. But yes, it was an attack on him and it was a self-defense case. All right. But they failed to see it. And because this jury and this judge had so much craziness going on, he is up for an appeal and he's going to get this appeal, and he got a strong team on his side. Let me show y'all. All right, so this information was dropped not too long ago by Revolt News. You can go and look at their Instagram and take a look at it. All right. As you can see, for immediate release today, June 22nd, new legal team files substitution of counsel to pursue appeal for Karmelo Anthony. Today is Monday, as you can see, to Frisco, Texas. A team of leading appellate civil rights and criminal defense attorneys announced today that it has taken on the case of Karmelo Anthony, who was recently sentenced to 35 years following the murder conviction of the death of Austin Metcalf. The team, serving pro bono, will review the trial records and pursue all available avenue appeals. Leading the effort are Russell Wilson, law office of, let me just show y'all these people. All right, this is Mr. Russell Wilson II. He's from the law office of Russell Wilson, Dallas, Texas. He is the lead counsel on this team that will be spearheading everything. In second chair, you have Mr. Michael L. Ware. He is with the law offices of Michael Ware of Fort Worth, Texas. He will be in the second chair. Taking the third chair of this trial would be Gary Bloodsoe. He's with the Blacc Law Firm PLLC in Austin, Texas. All right, you got Ms. Brooke Clues, Ben Crump Law PLLC, Frisco, Texas. She is going to be co-counsel on this trial. Sean Duridia of Duridia Law Firm in Dallas, Texas. He will be also co-counsel on this trial. Last but not least, we got Justin A. Moore from Stafford Moore PLLC in Dallas, Texas. And he is also co-counsel, which means he will be assisting in the trial. And again, here is the document that was for immediate release. All right, so yeah, as you guys can see, the document was filed today in Frisco, Texas. And I'm just dropping this stuff here for you guys to see. Here is all the people that I just showed you who are involved in who they are. You guys can go and read up on them. Now, I know a lot of you guys are going to come up under this post and start spewing your negativity. We don't want to hear it. All right. We don't care to hear your negativity. You can fight amongst yourself. We are not saying that nobody, passed away here. We do give our condolences to the Metcalf family for Austin passing, but we just said this trial was rigged, from the jury to the testimonies to the evidence to the lawyers that were involved, the prosecutor that was involved, the judge having ties to the Metcalf family, to his wife sponging records on the children and the dad himself, to the wife actually, she practiced family law. The judge wife practices family law, to her being the one who took care of the divorce between Jeff and his wife, which he should have recused himself from this case. He should have recused himself from this case. Okay. So yes, it's so much corruption and things, to witnesses not being called. It's just crazy. There's a video floating around where a parent was up under the same tent that had happened, and he couldn't contest to what happened in that video that y'all failed to see what was going on, the 4 boys, and he can contest to Austin and Hunter jumping and attacking Karmelo with their friends. So yes, y'all can save it. Y'all can save it. Y'all can save it. We don't want to hear it. This boy is sitting in jail for 35 years for a self-defense. He was defending himself. Yes, he was. He was defending himself, and they failed to see it. So if you guys want to go check the source out, like I said, you can head over to the Revolt page or go to standwithkarmelo.com for more information. I'm just sharing with you guys that we got motion, y'all. We got motion. Let's get it.
All right. I hope this is going to change everything for Karmelo, and he can finally get out. He never should have went to jail in the first place. We know what these people are like. We got a whole history with them. And how many videos have we seen them walk up and antagonize a whole situation? We done seen it a million times. And that's exactly what the case was when it comes down to Karmelo. We know your history. We've seen it. Y'all put it out on Front Street every chance you can get. And, that's why nobody is really shocked at the fact that those twins approached Karmelo in the first place. So, I'm definitely going to keep my eye on this, especially when it goes to appeal. And hopefully this new team of lawyers will be able to, bring out all of the flaws that was in the original trial. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I thank you so much for being here. I do have one more live coming up, and we're going to talk about the wealth transfer. Do you know there are all kinds of, boy, I have never, ever seen so many Asians come online to address the Black community. I don't think y'all spoke to us this much since you've been in this country for the last 60 years. I don't think y'all spoke to us as much. I have never, ever seen so many videos of Asians addressing the Black community and addressing the Black community. Boy, y'all sure got a lot to say. I mean, I don't recall them talking to us that much when we were giving them our money. But man, it's like video after video of them coming online, just running their mouth to us now all of a sudden. That says everything. Yeah, I was looking at one and they talking about they're trying to threaten to torch our businesses. I'm like, please. Girl, please. Plus, number one, we're in a whole different era. Number two, y'all ain't gonna do it. You know why? Because that would require you coming into the hood. And that would require you to leave the hood. And we know you won't leave. You let one of our people catch you try to do that. You won't leave. So anyway, oh yeah, the threats online are something else from these people. Asians are acting like every dime we got belongs to them. They are so upset over the boycott. And I mean, if they weren't upset, they wouldn't keep addressing us. And they just keep addressing us. And actually, many of them are so racist, they're doubling down and actually making things worse for your people. At this point, I'm seeing a lot of videos of our folks saying they are never going back to an Asian business. They are never going in another one. So we shall see. You know, that's all I'm saying. Boy, they just had to learn the hard way, didn't they? So I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I will see you at 5:45, and we will talk about the wealth transfer that's going on right now. Shalom, family.
So, family, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing I want to talk about our brother Karmelo Anthony. You know, that's still a major topic that we have to still focus on. Our good brother Karmelo, who's wrongly locked down. He is a political prisoner. We have to continue to fight for justice for our young brother. We have to let our young people know that we're not going to abandon them when the system tries to gobble them up. We have to stand on business. We have to stand up for our youths. We cannot be like these old Sambos out here bucking their eyes. He did all that now. He the poor little Metcalf. No. We don't. Our children don't need to see all of that buck dancing. Oh yeah, Clive Davis passed away. Yeah. I'll talk about that tomorrow. I'll get on that tomorrow. But as far as our brother Karmelo, new revelation, there's a new legal team, ladies and gentlemen, for Karmelo. Did y'all know that? There's a brand new legal team who's going to be working on his appeal. Did y'all hear about that? There's a whole legal team. Now, they're working pro bono. It's a whole legal team down there, and they're connected with the DNC. These are Democrat-connected law firms, which is cool. That shows the pressure of the black grassroots. We've been calling out the DNC and the NAACP, all of these people that were somewhat silent during the trial. Remember, the DNC connected people, they weren't really saying nothing during this trial. All right? Okay? They weren't really saying nothing. So now that this brother got the book thrown at him unjustly, people are looking at the DNC like, hey, what's up? So now they made an announcement today that he has a heavy hidden coalition specializing in civil rights, appellate law, criminal defense. They're going to be working on this thing pro bono. They got Gary Bledsoe from the Bledsoe Law Firm. They're a major player in civil rights law. He's currently the president of the Texas NAACP. All right. So many people believe his involvement is going to signal a direct challenge to the racial dynamics of the trial and the jury selection. I really need them to get on that. They're going to sit up there and get a white jury in this case like that and just excuse and strike out all the black jurors. That was some real janky shit they pulled. They got a sister named Brooke Clues, I think that's her name, and she's connected to the Ben Crump law firm. She's, from what I understand, recognized at that firm that's known for taking high-profile, racially charged civil rights cases. So that brings national media visibility and institutional pressure to the appeal process. You got this guy, Russell Law, at the law office of Russell Wilson down there. Russell Wilson, he's an expert in criminal defense and appellate strategies. You got Michael Ware, that's a criminal defense attorney down there with a strong background in post-conviction reviews. Yeah, some of these people are white, and some of these are YT people, by the way. It's black and YT people. You got Sean Derdia, I think he's Punjabi. So they said he's a high-level criminal defense and appellate strategist lawyer. And it's interesting to see how this thing is going to go down. It's interesting to see how it's going to go down, ladies and gentlemen. But these are supposed to be some high-powered heavy hitters that's involved with the case now. These are supposed to be some hitters. And that's good. It's not a complaint. That is good, ladies and gentlemen. That is good. We need that, because what we don't need are these goofball opportunists and trolls out here basically trolling the family for clout. Yeah, another guy they got is a cat named Justin Moore. He's a civil rights attorney down there. Excuse me. Okay, I'm getting these weird people trying to get on. So it's very interesting to see how this is going to play out. See, here's the thing, man. The Black grassroots, these folks are getting involved now. The Black grassroots, ladies and gentlemen, made silence too expensive. People, you couldn't just sit it out. All of these people who were very vocal about immigration, all these law firms, when it was immigrants, boy, these DNC connected law firms were out here doing flips and cartwheels for non-citizens. But when you have a high profile case of a foundational Black American getting railroaded like this, and they sit up here and do nothing, no, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable in any sense of the damn word. So they realize they got to get off that ass and get out here and do something, man. And this is a hot topic that's not going anywhere. This topic is not going anywhere. Everybody's talking about it, and it is election season, and people just can't afford to be silent no more, especially when you are out here extremely loud and visible about other groups. And then you want to sit on your ass about your damn voter base, the people who you're always trying to shame. See, oh, no. Y'all always cursing us out and sending fat ass rolling out here to tell us how stupid we are if we don't vote for the DNC and all that. Oh no, y'all are gonna look real crazy. Y'all gonna look real crazy sitting on your hands not doing nothing. So understand, the Black grassroots said, hey, y'all gonna have to do something. Y'all got to step it up. You understand? That pressure created a political cost. So now once that cost got too high, here comes the heavy hitters. That's good. I don't have a problem with it. Some people look at it as like damage control after the sentence. You see, because a lot of people like, where was all this institutional power before that 35-year sentence came down? You know, that's the question. You know? Why were they not front and center from the get-go? Suddenly the cavalry shows up. Okay, that's good. Okay. But understand, election season, ladies and gentlemen, that changes everybody's posture. When election season comes around, during election season, see, Black outrage becomes politically valuable. See, Black pain, that becomes something these institutions, they gotta manage. And the Black people are looking at the DNC connected legal and civil rights establishment saying, okay, y'all sat this out. That's going to create a problem for voter enthusiasm. You know, you can't keep asking us to show up at the polls while you are missing in action when our children are getting railroaded by the damn system. And then y'all standing outside of the damn ICE detention centers acting a fool, and you're getting yourself arrested, and you're doing all of these civil rights gestures, and you want to sit this out. That was a bad look. Let's be real. That was a horrible look for them. And the DNC connected ecosystem, they can't afford another one of those we only care when it's useful moments. You know, this is bigger than one law firm or one attorney. This is a whole ecosystem we're talking about. All of these civil rights organizations, DNC connected attorneys, political operatives, these so-called legacy Black institutions, the donor class, nonprofits, all of these people. These are all DNC orbited people. They orbit around the Democratic Party, whether officially or unofficially. And when the grassroots says, hey, man, you guys are only loud when it helps Democrats, you're going to have to respond. You see? So the grassroots shifted this case from a local courtroom issue to a national Black political issue. Our brother Karmelo Anthony is a political prisoner. He's a political prisoner. And before all this pressure, this could have been treated as like a local Texas criminal case, but the Black grassroots reframed it. We said, no, this is about self-defense. This is about jury exclusion. This is about unequal punishment. This is about racial fear. This is a political lynching, ladies and gentlemen. Our brother Karmelo is a political prisoner. And we're just not going to let our brother go out like that. And we're going to keep making noise about it. And all of these other so-called legacy organizations, they got to get on board. You understand? And they understand the danger of Black independent media controlling the narrative, because everybody's coming over to us to hear what's going on. All right? Everybody's coming over here to the Black grassroots media because we get it, you getting it rough and raw from us. It ain't sanitized, it ain't whitey washed. We're gonna tell the truth about everything. And these legacy organizations, they're used to being the gatekeepers. In this case, no. Independent Black voices were the ones pushing the hardest, and those are the ones that's getting the numbers. Our channels are getting the numbers. That's a threat to the political establishment, because the Black people are saying, hey, man, we don't need you to tell us what injustice looks like. And these organizations, they lose control of the narrative. So when they step in now, part of it may be for legal help, which is good, but sometimes it might just be for narrative containment. They got to control the narrative now, you see. But it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how it plays out. All right, family, y'all hop on in. Let me talk to the family. Y'all raise your hands. Let me get you in here early. Let's see what's on your mind. Let's get the family in here early. And y'all hit the screen. And that picture of me up there, that's me in Vegas last week at the slot machine. And robbing me at the slot machine over there. All right, let's get who we got? Ishmael. Let's get Ishmael in here. Mr. Ishmael in the building. Ishmael.
What it is, fam?
Hey, brother, how you doing, Ishmael?
I'm good, man. I just took offense to this man David Alawale talking about like our accent is a subservient accent. That threw me right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, a lot of people called him out on that. And the fact that he was so comfortable with saying that, he didn't even, that's just how they talk when they get around each other, man. That's some heavy shit. They talk like that. I know how he mispronounced that name. I'd be mispronouncing his name too. But yeah, that's what is, they talk like that when they get around each other. Yeah. Those are the little dining room conversations they have about us all the time. All right, let me see who we got. Y'all raise the hands. Let me get the family in here early. Let me get that family in here early, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see what's on your mind. Alistair. Let's get Alistair in here. Alistair, hop on in, sir. Alistair, hop on in.
Hey, what's going on, Flex? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for staying on top of this Karmelo Anthony story and everything else.
Yes.
Now, the only concern I have is that I hope these lawyers are not there just to try to reduce his sentence to manslaughter.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he needs to be free. He should be free for that because, you know, according to there were other witnesses that were not brought up in this trial. There were 4 people that jumped him.
Yeah.
So there were 4 people that jumped him and everything else, and they were never called to the witness stand at all. And one of the guys who invited him and everything else became the modern day, you know, became the Judas on him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, Flex, I just want to say thank you and everything else. Afro Elite, if y'all hearing me, thank you for bringing up this story and keep this up and everything. We gotta keep this heat going on and everything
Got
else.
to.
I'm gonna
Absolutely.
land my plane.
Yeah, okay, thank you, brother. Got to keep that heat up.
We'll work for you. Nah, then else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. I got that rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. Confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your eyes from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you leaning in like you been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you right here vibing in my time.
But speaking of black dollars, right now there's a conversation online about what constitutes a black-owned business. Because right now, like Queen Mother Empress talked about and this brother talked about, we're focusing on our money, our economics, we're getting on code with each other, and we're talking about prioritizing black-owned businesses. We are promoting black, well, I'm saying we, everybody's catching up. I've been on this. Y'all know we took ISM Radio on the road about damn near a decade ago, going to different black-owned businesses around the country, showcasing them. I've always been on that. And it's good to see everybody's on that vibe now. We are prioritizing and showcasing black-owned businesses all around the country. Beautiful. We got to keep that energy up. People are showing off black-owned beauty supply stores, black-owned nail salon stores or shops, black-owned convenience stores. We got to keep that energy up and prioritize our people's businesses. So right now, blackness is being prioritized, especially because we've delineated. We're really focusing on and prioritizing foundational black-owned businesses, foundational Black American-owned businesses, all right? And this is kind of a conundrum that people are having now, because now the delineation is in full swing. Foundational Black Americans, we are the hottest topic on social media right now. I mean, there's a gazillion spaces talking about our lineage. Now you got a lot of people trying to cosplay as FBA, as we've been seeing. So a lot of these people are claiming black-owned businesses when they are not. One, some of them are not black at all. You got a lot of Asians and Hispanics claiming black-owned businesses. They'll have a soul food restaurant or a chicken spot or whatever, and they'll have it listed as black-owned. I notice that when I travel and I go to different cities and I try to order some stuff on like Postmates or whatever, and I specifically look for black-owned businesses. And I see a lot of Asian and Hispanics, their businesses listed under black-owned. Have y'all noticed that? I've noticed that. Places that are not black-owned whatsoever. Up in the Bay, too, I see that a lot in the Bay. Up in the Bay Area, I see that a lot. If they got some chicken wings on the menu, they'll claim the place is black-owned. You know? But now we have a lot of African and Caribbeans saying they're black-owned, and some people are cool with it. Some people have an issue with it. Very interesting debate here, because a lot of these people they're marketing themselves now as black-owned, with the braiding shops, the beauty supply stores, with the restaurants and all that. And because people are prioritizing Black-owned businesses. Some people look at these people as hopping on the bandwagon. All right. Some of the criticisms are legitimate. Look, right now, there is a historic impetus behind the Buy Black movement. It's not just a generic celebration of melanin. It's a very deliberate economic strategy designed to counter the specific compounded damages of slavery, Jim Crow redlining, and systemic asset stripping. And when Foundation of Black Americans intentionally seek out Black-owned businesses, they want to engage in basically a grassroots form of reparations to a certain degree to close a very specific American wealth gap. So when immigrant groups who did not inherit the structural liabilities of U.S. slavery and Jim Crow try to absorb those dollars under a generic Black umbrella, some people think that it diverts the capital away from the exact lineage the movement was created to heal. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. See, the primary justification in supporting a local business is basically the expectation of economic reciprocity. You know what I'm saying? The idea that the dollars spent there will return to the community via employment opportunities, justice, people lending to people in need. That's really what it was about with Black businesses. Black business owners would kind of look out for the community. Going back, and I grew up in Alabama, seeing people like A.G. Gaston, who I knew, who had several businesses around Birmingham. He invested a lot within community justice. He was very pivotal behind the scenes in the civil rights movement. They were organizing at his motel, the A.G. Gaston Motel over there on 4th Avenue. I think it's on 4th Avenue, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you see a lot of pictures of Dr. King and those guys up there. So it was always about supporting Black businesses, and those businesses looked out for the community when the community was in need. Even the little shady spots, the pool halls, they were used to organize marches and protests because they understood that COINTELPRO was alive and well and they were doing surveillance. So the pool hall cats knew how to duck surveillance. They didn't let, the feds come in there and bug the place and all that. They were already, on the low anyway. So a lot of our civil rights icons would go to them pool halls. They would go to the street cats, to the hustlers, and kind of organize with them. That's a part of the game people don't like talking about. You understand? So, but it was all about everybody looking out for each other in the community. So, excuse me. So when people try to use the broad definition of Black for minority businesses certifications, and they treat all people of African descent as a monolith, but that ignores a lot of sociological realities. See, a lot of Black immigrants, they come to the U.S. via highly selective visa programs. They get these H-1B visas or diversity lotteries, and they're pre-screened for high levels of education, capital, professional backing. So treating immigrant-owned businesses backed by international resources as the same as a Foundation of Black American-owned business fighting a century of domestic banking discrimination and all that, that's a false equivalence. So a lot of Foundation of Black Americans have a right to demand transparency because there were structural hurdles in securing business loans and getting the money up to get our businesses in the first place. And a lot of people feel like these people have distanced themselves from Blackness for a long time. So now these people will say that they're not Black, they're this, they're not Black, they're Jamaican, they're not Black, they're Nigerian or whatever. Now, when Foundational Black Americans are being prioritized and Black businesses are being prioritized, now these folks want to jump on the bandwagon. They want to ride under the Black identity when it's time to cash in on a consumer boycott against the Asians. Now there's a Buy Black marketing wave. So now everybody wants to be, hey, we all brothers, come shop with us now. So a lot of people have an issue with that. If you were already rocking with blackness, and I don't really have a problem if you were already on that. But if you were going out of your way to differentiate yourself and now you want to jump on the bandwagon, that might be a little problematic. You know? Because see, we frequently see the Black-owned label weaponized as a strategic shield to break the momentum of local economic protests. See, when the Foundation of Black American Community attempt to boycott non-Black establishments like predatory beauty supply stores and all that for disrespecting us or mistreating us, these immigrant-owned businesses and other people will certainly slap Black-owned on the window to siphon off that protest energy. Just like in the riots out here in LA when we have the 92 throwdown. Some of them Asians tried to be slick by putting Black-owned on the window. Like, nope, no, we know who you are. You ain't Black-owned. Oh, BRCA-owned. BRCA-owned. No, BRCA-owned nothing. They about to hit you with that Molotov cocktail. You ain't BRCA-owned. So yeah, they were really trying to pull that when the block gets hot. You know? So it's very, very interesting. Blacktastic, hop on in, Blacktastic. And y'all raise your hand, family. Y'all ready to get on? Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Blacktastic.
Hey, peace to the FBAB1 family.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just want to get into you 100% accurate on that Bay Area card. What you said about the Bay, they always got a label up here talking about they Black owned. They not a Black owned. These be Korean, Asian, and all that other shit, man. These people is not with us. Black people, let's stand up together. Let's stand together. We got our dollars together. Let's keep them together.
Mm-hmm.
Let's circulate them. Hey, you are the Supreme Code spitter.
Yes, sir. My man.
You are the Supreme Code spitter. We gonna protect you, bro. You are an asset to our people. And I want you to know that. You are a supreme asset to our people. You, Jason Blacc, Vicky Dillard, y'all are reporters. Yeah. Y'all give us the news raw and uncut to where we understand it and can break it down. So keep it up, brother. Be one. And I love y'all.
Yeah. Love that, brother. Respect to that. Yes, indeed. Man. It's all love. You know what's funny? People are still talking about that David Oyelowo. People are really getting on his bumper. You know, and I talked about that the other day, the David Oyelowo guy who was talking about the Black American accent is a Nigerian accent, just slowed down. Boy, they are getting on his damn bumper. Everybody's getting on his bumper about that. Because that really rubbed people the wrong way. And these guys, again, you let them talk, you can the vitriol starts coming out. It's so normalized, they forget how that shit sounds outside of their circle. See, when they get around each other, they get to talking about us, and they can't even be politically correct. They try to be, but we feel the vitriol coming from it. Especially with this David Oyelowo guy. This dude sat up here trying to play our iconic roles. He plays Dr. King and Bass Reeves and all that shit. And again, those roles never really resonate that much. And he's not a bad actor, but the spirit isn't there. But just the little slick shit they're talking about. Yeah, our accent is a Nigerian accent slowed down with some subservience on it. Do y'all realize how damn disrespectful that is? Just the level of disrespect, and everybody sees it. And there's some of the tethers try to blame me. They're like, everybody, they getting all that from Tyreek. No, it's not me. People got ears. They can hear the disrespect. It ain't me. I didn't sprinkle no magic dust on everybody and make them feel disrespected. They hear this shit. They hear it. It sounds insane. Damn. Ain't that right, Yeezus? Yeezus, hop on in, Yeezus.
Hello, Tariq. How you doing?
I'm good, Yeezus. You Somali, right?
Yeah, I'm the melanated tether who is undermining you at every stretch of the way.
Yes, indeed. So what's happening with you? What's going on in Tetherland?
Yeah, so we're big on Trump, and I hope you know that reparations are not coming anytime soon. the buffer class is alive and well, and we're undermining wherever we can get it. So, as you know, we're undermining you everywhere we can do. So it's working out good.
So how's that working out for you?
Yeah, I mean it's nice to be a buffer class that has full rights, full citizenship. I mean, no one's coming for us.
Mm-hmm.
You think people are coming, but nobody's coming for us. And we're active. We're undermining you everywhere you go. We're undermining every one of your initiatives. There's no nothing. There's no reparations. If you ask for reparations, we're like, hey, we're also Black, but we don't want reparations. So we're undermining you everywhere we go. Byron Donalds is about to become governor of Florida. So we're alive and well. The buffer class is alive and
Now,
well.
are you doing all of this? Are you helping Somalia with any of this stuff?
Well, Byron Donalds is about to be the governor of Florida. So the buffer class is
helping your failed homeland with any of this stuff you're talking about. Are you helping Somalia?
Byron Donalds is about to become mayor of Florida.
Sir, you're chewing that cat or whatever y'all chew over there that you done brought over from your homeland. You're just babbling, sir. You're just babbling, sir.
Sir, is Byron Donalds about to become governor?
What does that have to do with you, sir? Huh? And Jesus, work on your material. You're very boring. Y'all East African tethers y'all try to troll and you troll.
That shows you that the buffer class is alive and well.
Well, your wit is just dry. It's just not there. Your dry ass wit. Leak, what's up, Leak?
Yo, what up, Tariq?
What's going on with you, Leak? Where you from, Leak?
Yeah, I'm from Jersey, but my parents are from Caribbean and Africa.
Okay, what part of Africa?
My dad's from Sierra Leone and my mother's from Panama.
There you go. So what's on your mind, Leak?
Yeah, just real quick, man. How do you what's your advice on navigating corporate wise? I know you talked about that in your book for the Foundation of Black American Race Beta, but I just want more advice on that.
Now, how to navigate workplace what now?
Like workplace, the racism in the workplace.
Oh, yeah. The only way to really navigate, get all the game you can from the workplace and start your own business, because you're always going to deal with racial politics in white-owned companies. You understand that? You're always going to deal with it. If there's a white-owned company, corporate, you're going to be dealing with it. So when you get in there, just understand that there's a racial hierarchy, especially against foundational Black Americans and also against Black men. All right. You better understand that. When you go in there, if there's white women in there, sisters, you got to understand, if you are a good looking Black woman around them white women, they going to be undermining the hell out of your ass. Them white women be doing little slick shit behind the scenes. They're only cool with you if you are a big back. And if you big back, they ain't really got a problem. But if you look like something, they're going to be plotting against you. And with Black men, they love a good punk. If you ain't switching around the office and being a punk, they're going to be doing little slick shit with you too at that job. So you just kind of mind your P's and Q's, get your money up. Don't get too friendly. Be cordial, but don't think you got friends in there. Be cordial, but don't think you have friends in there. And soak up as much game as you can to utilize with your own business. All right. Let me see. FBA Lion in the building. FBA Lion in the building. Hop on, sir.
Yo, what's up, Tyree?
Mr. Lion?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you, sir. Mr. Lion, hop back on. I cannot hear you at all. Your phone is incredibly janky. Let me get you off here. Let's get Zattern, brother Zattern in the building.
What up, Rick? How you been, man? Thanks for bringing me up.
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
Yeah, just to tap on what you said right there, man. I learned my lesson. I used to work at this car room in San Bruno called Artichoke Joe's, man, and I thought I had some friends there. It was nothing but pure Asians. Only had about another other token black guy, and it's nothing but Asian card dealers. And it was like a casino card room. And I was telling him eventually, I wanted to have my own casino and like saying, my aspirations. And then next, another black guy get hired, and I was gone 2 weeks later. So, so yeah, man, just be careful, y'all. Y'all ain't got no friends in here, man. FBA on top. Thank you.
Real talk. Let's get who we got. Let's get Ramon, brother Ramon in the building. Let's get Ramon in the building. Brother Ramon, FBA. And then we'll get Xander. Ramon, you in here, brother? I'm good, man. How you doing, Ramon?
Yeah, I'm all good, man. I just want to throw this out here real quick. Right before I got on your live, right? It was a sister on YouTube saying, I was on TikTok. I jumped on TikTok. I was looking for your space on there. You know what I'm saying? Until I discovered you was on here tonight. You know what I'm saying? But it was a brother coming on one of my videos and said something about the African Union or something like that, got a military. And he sent me the link in my inbox on TikTok. So I clicked on it. It was this cute sister on there, and she was chopping up game. Now, I didn't stay for the whole thing, but what I did get, because I came to your live on X, I ain't got that much information on it. But she basically saying, I'm going to land with this, she was basically saying that guys like Godfrey and them, that one dude that was talking crazy, you know what I'm saying? She was saying they military. And I don't know nothing about that. Like, I don't, like I said, I ain't got that much information on it. But I just want to throw that out there to the family. We need to look into that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to land right there, Flex.
All right. Let me see. Xander. What's up, Xander?
Hey, how's it going? Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you, brother. How are you?
All right, yourself.
What's on your mind?
Yeah. I would just like to say that a good thing about this burning this cross is that anytime Black Americans tell society now that when they put Asian on a jury that it's all white, they won't be able to give us no more back talk. I'm
There you go. All right, brother Ron. Ron in the building. Brother Ron in the building. Mr. Ron G, and everybody raise your hand if you're ready to get up. We got a lot of folks in here, so y'all raise your hands if you are ready to get up. Ron, what's up, Ron? Mr. Ron, you want to unmute your mic?
What's good?
I'm good, Ron. How are you, sir?
I'm chilling, man. I was on TikTok. I thought you was on there, but I want to give you your flowers, brother, man. I love you, man. Yo, everything you say, I agree with, homie.
Yes,
it's all good, man. Yes, indeed, man. One love, man, always, man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Black Lion, you want to try it again, brother? Hopefully your phone ain't janky. Let's try it again, Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion.
Yo, Tariq, can
I
you hear
can
me?
hear you, man. Much better. Much.
Hey, that's a bet. Hey, first of all, first time calling in, bro. Hey, man, what you doing for our people is not only foundational, no pun intended, but bro, it's just like, it's put me on so much game. It's put me on game around people that I be around. Like, I got into construction just like a couple months ago, right? Man, I talk to people who are just so off code, and it's like it's disheartening, but at the same time, it's eye opening. And if it's not for you, if it's not for Professor Blacc, if it's not for Jason Blacc, bro, we be out here with, getting led by this misleader class, bro. So just wanted to give you your flowers first off, and with these folk who are, these people who are not from here, with the dude burning the cross and all that, like. I don't really get it, but at the same time I do. Everybody want to audition for white supremacy, and it's cool. Like we understand, but we do have to stand 10 toes down, because like with Karmelo, like with so many of our other brothers and sisters out here, we gotta stand 10 toes and understand that we are at a war, bro. It really is like that. And we can't be as friendly or key with people, even if they share our skin tone. So I just wanted to put that onto the family, and hopefully I can call in again, bro. Appreciate you. Much respect.
To you. Crowfin.
Yeah, Tariq.
What's up, Crow?
What do you think about Iran getting reparations in 4 months and FBA can't get in for 100 years?
Uh-oh. Well, our brother Dan broke that down. It's basically you're not really getting reparations. They're just unfreezing the money that they held up, so it's not even reparations.
They froze yours for 400 years.
Well, they froze your mom's tits and they thawed it out at the immigrant.
Got you there.
That's why her titties got ice milk coming out of them. Now, what part of the Middle East are you from, Crow? What part?
I'm from Iran.
You
from Iran?
You from Iran?
Yes, sir.
What part of Iran?
From the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, right. You're right over here safe with us. You ain't over there in Iran. You ain't getting none of that money, are you?
No, my people getting.
No, your people ain't getting shit. They getting bunk and baklava. So you over here safe with us. All right. How you feel about that? Foundational Black Americans have to protect that ass, huh?
Protect me for free.
Yeah, but for free. Yeah, if it weren't for us, you'd be over there riding a camel eating some baklava with a bomb on your ass. So yeah,
so you're still working for free.
You better thank us. You better thank us. Yeah, we're just good people like that. We're good people like that, sir.
Nah, you're good slave.
Oh shit. You enslaved. They're whooping your ass and taking your oil over there.
We're fighting, nigga. No, we don't like you. You don't disrespect us like that.
You're flighting, sir. You're flighting over here with us while they whooping your ass and taking your oil, sir. All right, how'd that feel? That's slavery. How'd that feel, sir?
No, just continue to buck dance, man. You're not fighters.
You're not a fighter, sir. You a flighter. You flew your ass over here up under us. You ain't fighting nothing. Huh?
My people fighting, man, every day.
No, you're not. No,
we brought the greatest nation in the world to its knees, man.
Well, the only people on their knees is you sucking a dick at the immigration office to get a green card, sir. That's the only thing that's on his knees. Nothing is on its knees. You're begging for citizenship and you're on your P's and Q's when you get here, sir. All right, just act like it. All right, just stop faking the fun. All right.
Know your place, bro. Know your place.
Your place is on your knees, getting your damn shawl stained up. All right.
Yeah, that's why we made them pay up in 4 months. You can't do it in 400 years, man. You got to put some respect on this.
Y'all didn't get nothing in 4 months. They had your money held up, and they're just giving you back your little piece of money that they held up, sir. Because they.
Where's yours though? Did they give you yours?
Because they're finessing you out of your oil, sir. All right.
You worked for 400 years and you didn't get
in our homeland, and you're not. You had to flee. Your mom them over there starving. Your camel done lost weight because you ain't feeding it. You over here with us driving Uber, sir. How does that feel?
I travel. I got oil money.
Oh, no. The oil in your Uber to drive niggas around, that's what you got oil in.
Nah, man. We got oil money. We travel. We do whatever.
Your Nissan Maxima to drive Uber. That's what you oiling up, all right? You putting some oil on that damn bussy in order to get that damn visa so you don't have to get deported, sir. That's what you oiling up. So stop.
Tariq, I know you're trying to
playing, sir. All right. Stop trying to fake the funk. It's okay. You're welcome. You need to say you're welcome to Foundational Black Americans, right?
You're trying to cope with humor, but you're funny.
Oh, yes, I am. And you're running, though. You're running your ass away from your homeland. And I'm not. I'm 10 toes down on my homeland, sir. Right? Come on, Crowfin.
What homeland, man? What homeland do you have? You have
States of America. The United States of America, sir. This is
not yours.
The hell it's not. Whose is it?
This is the white America's
country. Your country is white America's country. That's why they come over there and smack your ass around and run you up out of it and take your shit. Your country is white America's country. Y'all don't even fight back. We fight back on.
What do you mean we don't fight back?
You're over here, sir. You over here. You're not fighting anything, sir. You're over here safe with us on our homeland. This is our homeland, sir. See how that works? We are the culture here. This is our culture, our homeland, and everything, sir. Right?
Stop muting, man. Stop getting triggered, bro. We're just talking. Listen.
You're not going to just talk over me. We don't do that, sir. Right?
Listen, what do you mean we don't fight back? Don't you see? Don't you look at the news?
No, sir. I'm not Sally Struthers. You don't just get to run up here talking. Why does your accent sound East African though? You don't even sound like an Iranian. You sound like a Horn of Africa tether.
What does an Iranian sound
Yeah,
like?
that's not an Iranian accent. You're from the Horn of Africa, aren't you?
I'm from Iran.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, you just trying to cope.
No. That accent, sir. That accent sounds like Djibouti or Ethiopia somewhere. You're a Horn of African tether, aren't you? You're too ashamed to even admit
I don't know what that means, man. I don't know what that word means.
where you fled from, sir. You're up here pretending to be a damn Arab. You're from East Africa, sir. I can hear. You know why? Because I hear flies in the back. You're from East Africa, sir. You're not Iranian. That's how ashamed you are, sir. Yo, you carry all types of shame. That's why you're trying to project your shame onto us, sir. Aren't
All right, well done. So are you gonna answer? You gonna answer the question, Tariq, or not, man?
the questions of dudes who's too ashamed of where they're from? They have to pretend they're from.
Yo, where do you want me to be from, man? I'll be there.
You're an East African tether. I can hear it.
All right, then. All right, I'm an East African because you say
All
so.
right. Bye, East African tether. Yeah, I can tell. That's not an Iranian accent. Somebody said, yeah, he's Somali. Yeah, he's from that Horn of Africa. Yeah, he's from that Horn of Africa. I can hear the accent. That's not an Iranian accent. Boy, let me tell you something. If we want to be real, them Horn of African tethers, they've been a problem for a minute. Not all of them. Not all of them. But the Horn of Africa, some of them, they've been up for a long time. If you want to talk history, can we talk history for a minute? Family, it was them over there in Ethiopia. Some of them over there, they were the ones who really helped the Europeans start dominating people. You know that? Over there in Ethiopia, Abyssinia, what they used to call it. It was like it was like a Christian nation surrounded by all of those Muslim enclaves. It was surrounded by a bunch of Muslims. And there was a conference, I think the Council of Florence, if I'm not mistaken, around 1441, because the Europeans, they were trying to get the hell up out of there, out of Europe. They wanted to get access to the Asian trade routes because the Moors and the Muslims were starving them out. The Muslims and the Moors had control over the trade routes. They controlled the Strait of Gibraltar. They controlled the Middle Eastern routes, the Silk Roads. They controlled all of this stuff. And the Europeans, they had to deal with them in order to do any type of trade with Asia. They had to go through all those Moorish and Middle Eastern middlemen. So they would jack the prices up on their asses. You understand? They would jack them prices up on the Europeans. And they didn't know about ocean navigation like that in Europe. They weren't, they were kind of stuck up there. But they heard about, they were looking for an African kingdom of Christians. There was a Prester John myth. They made up this mythological African king called Prester John. He never really existed, but he was this African king who was a Christian who they were looking for, and they were going to try to find him to help fight off the Muslims and the Moors. So they were talking about this Prester John for centuries up there in Europe. So they got clicked in with Ethiopia somehow, and they found out that they were Christians, so they put that Prester John myth on them. So they invited them to a conference in Florence, 1441. And they had some Ethiopian monks go up there. And the Ethiopian monks, they wanted to go up there and have a partnership with the Europeans. They're like, hey, you're Christians, we're Christians. We need to help each other get these Muslims off our ass. And the Ethiopians sat up there and started spilling the beans on all of the trade routes. They told the Europeans, hey, some of the shit y'all believe about Africa and India, it's false, because Europeans, they thought that the Indian Ocean was landlocked and all that. They didn't know that you can go around Africa to go into Asia. They didn't know that in Europe. The Ethiopians went up there and started showing them maps and shit and start telling them, hey, Europeans, y'all can go around Africa. It's an ocean under there. Y'all can sail under the ocean. They're like, for real? Yeah, you can just go up the ocean, go around the Cape of South Africa and go up into the Indian Ocean and go straight to Asia. You can bypass the Moors and the Muslims. They're like, really? For real? Yeah. So let's partner. And they were like, yeah. Tell us more about these routes. So them Ethiopians sitting up there telling them every goddamn thing. They got that information, went up there and took off. They gave them the keys to the age of discovery. They got that information and started conquering everything. You understand? Them Ethiopians went up there and just started spilling the damn beans. And them Europeans came out of Europe and started hitting them damn trade routes and just started taking the hell over. So thanks, Horn of Africa. Thank you. Brother Delmont.
Yeah, what up, man? Can you hear me
I
clear?
can hear you, brother. How are you?
What you been doing, man? You all right? Good?
Brother, how you been, Del?
Yeah, so I was listening here. I get to listening here and there all the time. These Naganeers, yo, these people, yo, this shit get on your nerve. It just all it does is slows down our own conversation between each other. So we're not hitting the mission.
Yeah.
And I want to be able to tell the sisters, it's time for y'all to you got to get in shape because it's up out here on us. At least master 2 miles. At least master 2 miles.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Delmont. The brother with the Asian, Zay. What's up, Zay?
Hey, what's up, brother Tariq? Can you hear me good?
I can hear you, Zay. Where you from? Asian letters.
I am from New Jersey. Both of my parents are from North Carolina. My father is from Zebulon, North Carolina, and my mother is from Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Okay. So what's with all the Asian?
Well, to be honest, I like the Asian letters because it stops the white supremacist troll from searching my name when they try to search up my videos. So that's the only real reason why I have it.
Okay. There it is. So what's on your mind, brother?
What's on my mind is I just wanted to say happy Juneteenth to the family.
Yes.
And I want everybody to know that this Asian boycott business is going well. And they're definitely feeling the heat. I went into an Asian business the other day to get something for someone else, like through DoorDash or whatever, and the white supremacist was in there crashing out. I had a white supremacist bang on my window, begging for help, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
There it is. Yo, Grand, what's up, Grand? Where's Grand? You Colombian or something?
Yeah, what's up, Tariq? No, I was pretty intrigued by your African talking points. So
Slow down. Let's let everybody know who you are, Grand, because it's been a while. This is Grand. He's Hispanic.
yeah, this is a South American, non-African, South American, non-Caribbean.
Is it
so Tariq, my question was.
Hold on, slow down, dude. We got to let people know who you are. What part of South America are you from again? I always forget.
Latin America. So on the Western Hemisphere, not where your parents are from, Tariq.
Where is your family from again? You're always so vague and y'all so ashamed.
No, but Tariq, I'm non-Caribbean, non-Port, and this is another talking.
Where is he from again? I always forget. It's like somewhere poor, and you're ashamed. You notice how ashamed they are to admit what poor country they fled from. I forgot where it's from. It's somewhere very poor.
No, it's in Ecuador, bro. I'm Ecuadorian.
Right. I say that.
Venezuela, not related, because you guys don't relate to not even Africans you relate to.
Right. Bottom line, you're over here with us. So what's on your mind? Go ahead, Gran. Go ahead.
No. You had an interesting talking point. You said, I think you said like the Zulus. You guys were trading with the Portuguese or some shit.
What? When did I say that?
you were saying like you said the Europeans. You were talking about Europeans on top of that, like not even your own kind, but you're talking about like they were looking for a god.
What the hell? You just saying shit. Clear your mind and say something real. You just barking bullshit. Nobody said none of that. You don't even have no real talking points. All right, you're burrito babbling. Stop it. Say something that makes sense. All right, nobody wants to hear burrito babble. Now go ahead. Say something that makes sense. Go ahead.
Nah, bro. I mean, I just want to say this about like the World Cup is like, it's about my Africans being better than your Africans. I'll leave it at that. Have a good night, Terry.
Yeah.
Keep tethering.
You're just saying a bunch of nothing, sir. That was a bunch of just mindless babble. All right. MTS. MTS. What's up, MTS? MTS, hop on in. All right. MTS, hop on in. Mr. MTS, Foundation. Mr. Foundational, I heard you, then you muted yourself. What's happening? All right. Mr. Foundation.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear that.
Man, this shit broke. Fuck.
And you hear it's almost year.
Man, you keep breaking up. Fucker, you keep breaking up.
Man, you go Blackberry not working. Get your shit together. MTS, what's happening? All right, Mr. MTS, let me get you out of here. All right.
Yeah, bro.
Well, there he is. MTS, you good?
Fine. I want to busy, please.
You want to what? MTS, are you being kidnapped? You sound like a hostage. You all right? Okay, sound like they got him tied up somewhere. All right. Yeah, he's tied up in his drawers somewhere, brother. Wiggle out of the ropes and call back. Let us know your location so we can send somebody to come get your ass.
Root work tonight. Root work tonight. Root work tonight. Root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight. Feeling fresh from the morning light. Root work hit me, I'm set for the night. Look good, smell right. Yeah, I'm that type. I gotta let the world know I got that root work tonight. Root work tonight. Yeah, root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight.
Sweet Love. We can do your raise your hand. Let's see what y'all talking about. Sweet Love, what's up, Sweet Love? Sweet Love?
Not trying to get on.
Oh, okay. All right, Sweet Love. Okay, Sweet Love sounds like she's over there smoking Newports. All right. She's doing Newports and Hennessy with that voice. All right. Man, she got that old school auntie voice. Man, she got a purse full of Newports. Let me see. Let's get, who we got? Master 662. Master 662. What's up, brother? Hop on in, Master.
What's going on, brother? Can you
How you doing, brother?
What's going on? Can you hear me pretty good?
I can hear you, brother. What city you in?
Oh, I'm in Tupelo, Mississippi, headed to Memphis. I'm driving my truck right now.
Oh,
making my deliveries.
There you go. What's on your mind, brother?
Okay, brother. All I want to say, I saw the video, brother, and I was like, why is it so short? Like it don't lead up. But then you have the people, you got the YT people in the comments talking about, that's my I didn't do nothing thing. But I understand, like, it gets real short, and it just gets so clear. And that's all I want to say, brother. I appreciate you having me on.
Respect. And another thing, brother, is this your profile picture? Master, that's your profile picture, brother? Why you got a do-rag that small?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That do-rag is real small.
And I ain't want to be. Yeah, you heard. I don't. Man, I understand, but I'm bald.
There you go. Okay, a lot of noise. Boy, that's okay. That do-rag is very small on his head. All right. A do-rag look like a bottle cap. He looks like a big-ass bottle of Dr. Pepper with that little ass do-rag on his head. Look like a little yarmulke. That's the smallest do-rag I've ever seen on a nigga. I'm like, damn, brother. Shout out to our brother from Mississippi. Shout out to him, though. Shout out to our brother. All right. Man. All right. Can we get somebody else? One more. We got a lot of people in here. Shout out to the family in here. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's get One-Eye Wolf. Let's get One-Eye Wolf in the building. Mr. One-Eye Wolf.
Yo, what's going on, Tariq?
I'm good, brother. How you doing, Mr. Wolf?
Going good, man. Long time listener. I'm from the Survival Scrolls.
You from back in the day, yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Hey, I just want to say, man, thanks for teaching me how to check these tethers, man. I'm in Dallas, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
And I was on TikTok, and a girl was talking about how she was at the Big T's. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but she's from Haiti. And she was saying about how she's in the butt crack of Dallas. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. Where are you from? Don't come on here disrespecting Dallas. You know, some of our foundation is there. You know, our grandmothers and mothers are there. So watch and check your tone, how you talk about, you know, our foundational Black Americans here. So just want to say thanks, brother, for teaching me how to do that. And peace and love to you, brother. Thanks.
Respect. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Dallas. Respect to the family. All right. What's up, Bombay? What's up, Miss Bombay? I see you over there, dear. All right. Let me see who we got in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who we got. Can we get one more good one up in here, ladies and gentlemen? Can we get one more good one, ladies and gentlemen? Because we do have a lot of folks in here. And everybody, don't forget to go to Hidden History Museum and everybody make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. All right. Make a weekly contribution, a monthly contribution to the Hidden History Museum, ladies and gentlemen. Who's this, Miss Peppermint? Who is Miss Peppermint? All right, Miss Peppermint. All right. Miss Peppermint, are you in here? So I've only been on for an hour. Yeah, man. You know, I'm still doing stuff with the family in here, and I'm still working on Hidden Colors 6. So we're doing the finishing touches on it. So I'm still really focused on that. We're working very heavily on that, and we're almost done. We'll be done probably in the next 2 weeks. We'll be completely done with it. All right. Y'all get those hearts up. We almost got 200,000 hearts. Everybody tap the screen so we can get those 200,000 hearts. Let's get let me see. Let me see. Uncle BZ. Let's get Uncle BZ. Uncle B, well, who's this? Doc Dollar? Doc Dollar. What's up, Doc?
What's up, Rick? You all right, man?
I'm good, Doc. How you doing, fam?
I'm all right, brother.
What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, that video, man, just proved everything. They just slapped us in our face again, brother.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, that brother, man, that video, to me, it proves his innocence. He wasn't being malicious or nothing. And he was neutralizing a real threat. There was no other people sitting on them damn bleachers. Nobody was sitting out in the damn rain. So, yeah, they know what it is. All right. Let me try one more One more, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try one more. Y'all not raising your hands. All right. You guys are not raising your hands. Raise your hands. So we can get you in here. Raise your hands so we can get you in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. You're not raising those hands, and I want to get one more good one before we split it. Let's get Mr. Loverboy. All right. Mr. Loverboy, what's up, Mr. Loverboy? They are raising their hands. Okay, let me see who's raising their hands in here. MC for life. Okay, but some of these accounts, I can't add you. Okay, let's try Black Tree Games. All right. Let me see. Pillow Talk Advocate. Okay, some of these people, let me see. Pillow Talk Advocate, Pillow Talk, hop on in. Miss Pillow Talk.
Hello.
How you doing, Pillow?
I'm good. I did have a question. Like, I've been up here before, and I don't want to turn on my camera. But I did want to talk about Juneteenth and how I do see a lot of Caribbean people celebrating Juneteenth, which is so crazy. And I know I'm Caribbean too. I'm half Caribbean and half Black American. And I don't know, I just feel like I lean more towards my Black American side than my Caribbean side. And I've been like advocating for Black Americans, like telling them like the
hold on 1 second. Pillow. Now, how do you pronounce Juneteenth? Say it again.
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth. Lord, ma'am, you do not identify with your FBA side. That's some Caribbean.
I do.
Not talking about some damn Juneteenth. Really?
What is it called? Juneteenth?
No, Juneteenth, ma'am. Juneteenth. This woman said Juneteenth. Man, what part of Haiti are you from? Your family from Haiti?
I'm not from no dang on Haiti. I'm from Miami.
But your family is from where? The Caribbean side is from where?
Haiti.
There you go. Shit.
But I wasn't raised with them.
All
so
right,
what does that
saying
mean?
Juneteenth. Yeah, that's some Haitian shit. The way you said that. Golly. Lord, we be knowing where y'all from now. Good Lord.
I ain't from no Haiti. I'm from Miami.
But your family is from there, man. You're learning how to talk by them.
How I learn how to talk by them? I don't even deal with them.
They talking about some damn Juneteenth.
I'll tell you the truth. Like growing up with my Black American side, we never celebrated June. I forgot how to say it.
Juneteenth. Lord.
Juneteenth. We never celebrated it. And I'm Black
American. Haitian, because they were Haitian.
No, they American. Okay, let me say this. Why is it like I'm always getting characterized by like Haitian, but nobody want to acknowledge my Black American side? Like y'all can't un-Black American me?
Okay, but okay. Just culturally, we just don't know.
I am culturally Black.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to the show last night.
Not talking about some Juneteenth. Juneteenth, I don't know, man. You don't know. Yeah.
So I was listening to the show last night, like about, it was on like X, and y'all was getting on that lady about, different things, like what shows did grandma watch and all that kind of stuff. Like, I know that kind of stuff, like Heat of the Night, General Hospital, Martin, Living Single, etc. Like, I am Black American, even though I'm mixed with Caribbean.
So your grandparents, you got grandparents who are foundational Black American?
Of course, yeah.
Did they make fried fish?
Yeah, catfish.
Okay, what bread goes with all fried fish?
Cornmeal and sliced bread, dandy bread, Wonder bread.
Okay. Oh Lord. You gotta get on camera, ma'am. We gotta see them edges. We gotta see.
I got edges, man. See, I said this before, like, I have a career.
Okay.
I ain't trying to be really, because you be putting stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, we're not trying to.
I have a real career with a real life.
As long as you ain't trying to do nothing janky. But anyway, it's Juneteenth, beloved. Learn how to pronounce that. Thank you so much. Roasted by TT. What's up, Roasted?
Hey, Tariq. I'm TT. I'm from the Bay, but I live up in Tennessee. Tariq, I'm going to get you. Ever since
been up on these tethers. They've been like gremlins towards every FBA insight. Tariq, this like my 7th page that they didn't got because I be roasting these. I be roasting these tethers. I done told them that their heads look like hyena pubic hair and everything else, and they just won't. They worse than gremlins. Tariq, I don't know what you did to them. I didn't roast them back from here to their homelands, and we just can't get rid of them. Tariq, listen, I don't know what you got to say. I'm sick and tired of these damn tethers, especially these Somalians with they scuba diving head up on the water, and they always got the audacity, always want to say something about FBAs. But I just want to tell you, brother, we appreciate everything that you're doing for the community. I got your back. I'm up on TikTok. They know me around here. I be up on jail up on TikTok because it's like my 7th page that they be getting me. Yeah, but I don't know what you did to these tethers, but it's been a full-on, blown-out FBA. We can't do nothing, and they coming. They worse than roaches. I don't know. Yeah, these things right here, they worse than a bad yeast infection. Get your tethers, Tariq. These your people. Get your people. Well, love you, brother. Have a blessed night.
Thank you, dear. Yeah, man, this delineation got them tight, man. This delineation got them tight because, man, we set up and let these folks play in our face too damn long. That's the no, we got look. I got love for everybody, respect, but we let tethers play in our face for a long time, and we rightfully just got some straightening. That's it. We got some righteous straightening. Because these folks, as y'all know, they've been sitting up here talking crazy about us for a long time, and we just let it slide. Let's be real. We sat up here, these folks talking crazy, and we just let it slide. We're like, okay, that's still our brother. He just, we have to teach him. They've been listening, I guess they've been listening to propaganda. We've been making excuses for him and all that shit. We sat up here and let these folks make excuses. The white man tricked me. They showed me a video of you committing crimes, and I don't know any better. I said, damn all that, dude. Damn that. No more. There ain't nobody getting no back because now it got so bad where now these people are becoming elected officials and they undermining us politically, economically, socially. Oh, damn enough is a damn enough, man. And what made me say, hey, we're going to have to delineate because now all these folks, we didn't know what they were until they start winning shit. The minute they start winning shit, all of a sudden they start hollering out Caribbean and Jamaican and Haitian. They go out of their way to distance themselves from us. I'm like, okay, well, let's just keep that same energy. Shit. Let's keep that same energy all the way through. All right. Let me see who we got. What's your name? Matahaya. Mr. Matahaya.
My bad, Rick. I didn't mean to jump on.
Okay, it's no problem, brother. No problem. Thank you, Mata. All right. But yeah. We just been, hey, let's just keep that same energy. Don't delineate when it's convenient for you. If you're going to take all your wins and then say, hey, y'all win awards, it's a Caribbean win and it's Jamaican win. And all right, take these losses too. Take your criminals and claim them too. Claim all the musty niggas, the criminals, the crooked wigs. Claim all of it. Claim it all. Take all of it and don't dump it on us. All right. Who is this person here? Hold on. Got somebody trying to get up. Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
What country are you in?
Lebanon.
Lebanon. Okay. We'll do a battle a little later. Okay. We'll do a battle a little bit later, not right now. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I don't feel like dealing with these people. Lord. I don't feel like dealing with them. Shout out to, we in here heavy. Yeah, what'd y'all cook for Juneteenth? What'd y'all cook for Juneteenth? Did anybody cook for Juneteenth? See, a lot of these holidays, man, our culture make them pop off. If we look at a lot of the holidays, Memorial Day, that was us. Memorial Day, that's us. We were the ones who started Memorial Day. You understand? A lot of holidays, family, are FBA rooted. Even Thanksgiving, ladies and gentlemen, even Thanksgiving is rooted in FBA culture. Have y'all thought about Thanksgiving? Think about Thanksgiving. They tell you it was the Native Americans preparing food for the Pilgrims. Family, why is all the Thanksgiving food foundational Black American dishes? Can you put your thinking caps on for a minute? Which Native Americans are you talking about? We don't see red natives cooking the shit that we eat for Thanksgiving. What do we eat for Thanksgiving? Family, Thanksgiving food is foundational Black American soul food. That's either true or not true. Thanksgiving food is foundational Black American soul food. Yams, dressing, greens, baked mac and cheese, cornbread, sweet potato pie. What goddamn red native have you seen making that? What natives were they talking about exactly? You understand? Thanksgiving food is soul food, ladies and gentlemen. Food that the red natives don't cook. Red natives don't cook greens and dressing and sweet potato pies and all that shit. That's us. You understand? Red velvet cake and all that's us. You understand? What natives are you really talking about? Yeah? Yeah, they don't, them Siberians, they don't cook that much. You know what I'm saying? Talk about turkey. Who makes the best turkey necks and turkey wings? Not the red natives, not them. We do. Come on, that's why in the new Hidden Colors, man, we break a lot of this stuff down in the new Hidden Colors from like barbecue and all that. We were the original pit masters and all of that. We were the ones showing everybody how to barbecue. You understand? Come on. Let's be real. Thanksgiving is a damn FBA holiday because that's what you eating, FBA soul food. Yeah? What was that, macaroni salad, right? Yeah, that's all us. Let me get our brother Jerome. Let's get Jerome in a minute. Jerome in the house? Let's get brother Jerome. I say Jerome's in the house. Brother Jerome.
Everyone.
Hey, what's up, brother Jerome?
It was good to hear from you. I got two quick ones.
Yes.
Like we have malpractice suits for doctors. Do they have like a malpractice suits for lawyers? Because Karmelo's lawyer didn't do his job.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think they have malpractice suits for them. But yeah, that lawyer was so incompetent, and I think you can use that as a grounds for appeal if your lawyer is incompetent like that. And I hope they use that to get an appeal for this case, because that lawyer I think his ass need to be disbarred. He was so damn bad. He was horrible. Yeah. He was horrible. And not only was he was so horrible, I'm thinking he was actively trying to tank the case for his client. Yeah. Ineffective assistance or ineffective counsel. Yep. That was the worst lawyer I've ever seen. I ain't never seen somebody that horrible just set up here and let the prosecution throw everything under the damn kitchen sink in that trial. He wasn't objecting to shit. He didn't object to nothing. They were just saying anything. You know? But again, he was all clicked in with those prosecutors, or those are his buddies. Yeah, that lawyer, to me, really threw the case. Yeah? Man. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let me get up out of here, man. Everybody go to rootworkstyle.com, get that Rootwork deodorant, rootworkstyle.com, and also go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody go make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum, ladies and gentlemen, all right? I'm up out of here. Everybody follow me on here, by the way, too. All right, follow me here on the TikTok channel. All right, Puppy Akute, Lullaby to the family. Peace.
We'll work for you. Nah, then else will do. I got that root work for you. and reservations for two. Rule work for you, nothing else would do. I got that rule work for you, and reservations for two. I got that rule work for you, nothing else would do. I got that rule work for you, and reservations for two. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. Confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your ass from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you leaning in like you been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you right here vibing in my time.
Thank y'all for still being here. To one more topic. I'm in this. So yeah, 5 hours.
As you all know, Black Americans are in the middle of an Asian-owned business boycott due to the unaliving of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton in 2023, where we recently witnessed Rick Chow, the Chinese gas station owner, be acquitted of taking his life. He cited self-defense, even though he and his son chased him 133 yards, shooting him in his back, taking his life. So from that point, Black folks is like, okay, that is enough. Now, of course, we know that in 1991, Latasha Harlins had her 15-year-old life snatched from her by Suja Du in Empire Liquor, as she was accused of stealing a less than $2 bottle of orange juice. So again, Black folks have said we have had enough. Now, there are some people like white, Hispanic, I don't know, they're learning of what Black Americans are doing. And this particular guy on Twitter said this: so Black people hate white people and Asians now? Man, the list of allies is shrinking. Better hope the Latinos are cool. Well, for what I understand, the Latinos are on the list as well. We just, getting to people one at a time. And then he also said the list of allies are shrinking. Which allies are you speaking of, sir? Now, which allies are you saying that the Black community, especially Black Americans, have? The Asians aren't allies just because they're set up in our neighborhood. That don't mean that they're friendly to us. We know that most of the time they're not. Are there some that are friendly? Yes, sure. But on average, no, they're not friendly. And sorry, I don't know if you're white, if you're Latino, it's kind of hard for me to tell. But, maybe you don't know about them brutalizing our people in the nail shops, the beauty supplies, or the things that may be served in these restaurants in our communities. Maybe you don't know about that. Maybe you didn't hear about Cyrus or Latasha. So that is not a friendly interaction. That's not a friendly relationship. And for one, we didn't ask them to move into our communities. Of course, we know they move into our communities because white folks won't let them move into theirs and serve and give all the things that they give to us in their communities. White people be like, I wish you would. In fact, the Asians probably don't even think about doing it, but they get loans to set up in our communities and they can do whatever they want to do to us. Now, sir, maybe again, you haven't been following that, but we have said no more, enough. And it's not just the Asian community. It is the Latino community as well. It's the whites, right? They're the triple OG of oppressing Black Americans. It's the Indians, it's the Arabs, it's a whole lot of people. But when you say allies, none of those people have been friendly to us. The Latinos, they have said themselves, Felix Tijerina to be exact, he says, he was the president of LULAC in 1956. I'm not interested in aligning with the Negro. Let him solve his own problems. We got our own things to be worried about. So he was clear that they were not trying to be friendly to the Black community or help or join or anything, that kind of stuff. So again, maybe you're just misinformed, but I know it looks like Black people are always messing with people because we have been painted to be the big bad bully, run around. That's how the Asian community got the hate crime bill that they got, because they pinned that on the backs of Black folks, saying that we're running around and we're, horrible to the Asians. And that's just not true. It's a known fact that it was white people that were horrible to the Asians, and the white person who happens to be orange, Trump, he's the one that started all of that with the Kung flu, right? During the COVID and all of that. But we got the blame, and Asians knew that and they didn't care. You can't do to Asians what they can do to us, because if you even think about doing something to someone in the Asian community, you'll get charged with a hate crime. Right now, as we speak, and maybe things will change, but there's an Asian college student, last name is Lou, in Chicago. He decided to light a cross on fire in a predominantly Black neighborhood, or near one anyway. And he says, "Oh, well, I didn't know that had racial implications, rather. I was doing it because I was mad at Trump. And I even had a red hat on top of the cross." And they're saying, "Well, we didn't see a red hat or whatever." But he was saying he was doing it to send a signal to Trump. And at this moment, they're still trying to decide whether they're going to charge him with a hate crime. But imagine if you did something like that in his community, there would be no question. You would be charged with a hate crime, because it is federal law. They have a hate crime, but you do not. Okay. They have to think about a hate crime when it comes to you. So I'm saying all that to say, as far as the list of allies is shrinking, there was never a list of allies, sir. As John Henry Clark has so famously been quoted often, as we have no friends. And anybody who is disillusioned that we have friends, we don't. So I know people are looking at this again as if we're being mean, but no, it's a day of reckoning. It's a day of saying, hey, it's not even necessarily about a boycott. It's a boycott, right? We are blacking out of other people's economics, if you will, and we're saving that money. And then we're going to pour it back into our own communities, because it's high time that we build our own grocery stores and build our own schools and businesses, so we can hire each other and recycle that Black dollar more than 6 hours. We could recycle it like some other communities do, up to 20 to 30 days. That's what we're working on now. So, I hope that helps you, sir, but you might want to educate yourself. Black Americans have no friends. We are the only friends that we have. And I hate to say it, sometimes we're not a friend to ourselves, but we're working on that. But there is no allies. I just want you to know that. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
Hey, shout out to Demetria K. I think he's still staying with us, Sister Val. And Shabaka and Michael dozed off too. Say the rest of these topics, because so we'll be doing a part 2, the continuation later on today. Appreciate y'all tapping in, staying up late, and then get to all the topics. That's what for. So appreciate y'all tapping in. Join us later for part 2. Might do an earlier show actually, and then stay tuned for the RBA. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and delineations and Black empowerment. Sharon Krumah and Lady Chase signing off from the Mile High Income and the Legal Migrant for the City. See y'all later for part 2. Peace. Part 2 continuation.